know that according to the World Economic Forum and Accenture, digital technologies could cut global emissions with 20% by 2050? That's quite impressive. That's also part of the context or the background to why we're here today. The theme of the conference is innovation, sustainability, and competitiveness. Really important questions and issues. They can be a bit abstract, but the biggest importance here is to make sure that we get the right balance so we get the best impact. I truly believe, personally, that great innovation will save the world. But how do we get that balance just right between innovation, sustainability, and competitiveness? Executive Vice President, Minister, guest, distinguished guest of today, and you watching the broadcast, a warm welcome. For our international guests traveling to Sweden especially, I would like to say I'm a bit sorry about the weather. It is a bit mixed. Personally, Swedish summer is my favorite day of the year. It's usually on a Thursday. And as we say here, at least the rain gets warmer. My name is Jenny Gardner. I'm head of strategy and portfolio for the defense and security company Saab. We design and produce the fighter jet Gripen and many other products. And I work quite a lot with innovation and technology development. But that's not why I'm here today. I'm here today to be the moderator on stage and to support you in the audience, because together we're going to discuss and we're going to be energetic around this particular subject. I'd also like to say a big thanks to both Orgalim and Teknikföretagen, the Association of Swedish Engineering Industries, for hosting this event. I would like to go through some of the house rules. So when looking at the house rules today, we have a couple of points. One of them is that it is a broadcast. That means that anything that goes wrong, it can also now go viral. So we'll keep us on our toes. I will interact together with the audience. So we will ask questions for the two last panels. You will be able also to ask the speakers questions. So I hope that you join me and engage with them. We are using social media. So please have a look. There will be photos, there will be tweets. You may follow or retweet what's being tweeted by these organizations. But you also, if you want to, you can use the hashtag Orgalim2022 hashtag. And to make the energy in the room and also to make our guest speakers feel comfortable, I'd like us to be using applause. So I'm thinking that maybe we can give it a bit of a try here. So can you give me a big applaud? That is very impressive. I was going to go ask you to give me an even bigger applaud, but I don't know if I need to. But okay, anyway, give me even bigger applaud. Fantastic. Thank you. That will for sure make our speakers feel welcome. Just talking a bit about the agenda today. So we are having this particular perspective, innovation, sustainability, and competitiveness. We have a couple of different perspectives and angles that we are now looking at this kind of particular balance and subject. So we are going to look at it from a policy perspective. We are going to look at it from a big industry, SME, and a research perspective. So we're really going to get into that particular subject today, an important subject. And then at the end of today, we are going to go looking for the answer to Sweden has been such a successful country when it comes to innovation. Is there a trick or a secret to it? Is there a Swedish innovation X factor? We will go looking for that. So that is our day. This is our afternoon. I'm very much looking forward to it. But with no further ado, I'd like to introduce the CEO for the Swedish engineering industries, Mr. Claes Wåhlberg. One of those big applause.
Thank you. Thank you, Jenny. Great. And wow, what a crowd. Amazing. So let's get rolling. Executive Vice President and Minister for Business, Industry and Innovation, distinguished guests and friends of Orgalim, I'm delighted and honored to extend a warm welcome to Sweden and to all of you, and to welcome you to this conference organized in the context of Orgalim's General Assembly. Orgalim represents Europe's technology industries, comprised of 770,000 innovative companies spanning mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, electronics, ICT, and metal technology branches. Orgalim is recognized as the foremost of Europe's technology industries in Brussels. And as CEO of Teknikföretagen, it's a privilege to be hosting this important and decisive conference. And for us, it's an excellent opportunity also to display Swedish innovation and the many facets of Swedish industry. And I hope that you will find that interesting and inspiring. Teknikföretagen, the Association of Swedish Engineering Industries, is the primary representative for Swedish industry. We have about 4,300 members, constituting about 1/3 of Sweden's exports. And our mission is to strengthen the competitiveness of member companies. I would also like to say a special thank you to Epicenter, who this event is organized in partnership with, and we are in the house of Epicenter. That's not a coincidence. Epicenter is a world-class digital incubator, and we all can meet some of the most promising European startups and scale-ups during the break and later on in the conference program. Dear colleagues, we live in a turbulent time, in times when the world around us and the conditions of European industry are changing rapidly. Global events like the pandemic, war in Europe, and the new emergent security order all have profound effects on trade, supply chains, and industrial policy. The conditions are changing, and European industry is responding thereto. The industry, with all its diversity of companies, has a significant role to play in the times of transition and change. And in terms of transition to sustainability, the European industry is playing the leading role. It is the industry that will come up with the solutions to many of the challenges which we are seeing in climate change and other environmental issues. And the way the industry is responding thereto is of innovation and new technology and development of existing technologies. That's how we are solving the challenges. The theme of this conference, innovation, sustainability and competitiveness, is maybe even more important and appropriate currently than ever before. Innovation is at the heart of industry. We're driven by innovative solutions. Sustainability is what we are aiming for, and we need, in all circumstances, to be competitive. That is therefore the heart of the conference. And on the last note, let's all agree that the objective set by European Union, Europe should be the most competitive region in the world. It's a great aim to strive for. Therefore, one of the main topics of this conference will be exactly that, and not least the right balance between regulation and competitiveness to find the equilibrium. This and many more we will be able to address during this conference. And I'm certain that we will have inspiring speeches and interesting conversations. I'm certain that I speak for everyone that we really have been looking forward to this conference. At least I've been planning this for 2.5 years, since originally planned for 2019. So once again, a warm welcome to Sweden. And let's see now, I should introduce the next speaker and the first keynote speaker, a speaker who is engaged supporter of Europe's technology industries. We are proud and thankful to welcome Executive Vice President for Europe Fit for the Digital Age, representing European Commission. Therefore, please welcome on stage Ms. Margrethe Vestager, Executive Vice President for Commission, if she is here. Nope, there anyway.
So I think we have a little bit of a change of a schedule.
Yes.
I do understand that we have a very special person in the audience, however, and that is the Minister for Business, Industry and Innovation, Karl-Petter Thorwald.
And he's coming over there. Welcome. Give him a big round of applause. Thank you.
So, Minister.
I will be seated. Thank you.
Yes, please. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for Claes. So, Minister, we are so glad to have you here today. We originally expected to start with Executive Vice President Vestager, but she's fortunately a bit delayed. Oh, fantastic. I think, meanwhile, we have a little bit of a change of plan, but we are working on it. And I think what that means, we were talking about having these big applause and really practicing for it. That means that we can spend quite some time, actually, to keep practicing for it. But as I understand that the Executive Vice President will need to also make sure that she technically can speak properly here. I thought I will actually share with you my best engineering joke. Would you like me to do that? Yes, fantastic. So there were two antennas getting married. The wedding was rubbish, but the reception was amazing. I'm quite delighted to have this opportunity to have Executive Vice President Vestager to join us here today. I'm also very glad and very excited to have our Swedish minister with us here today. And just after we've had the opportunity to have the two first keynote speeches, we will talk in length about this particular challenge, and we will talk both from a policy perspective, but also from an industry perspective. I talked in the beginning when we started planning this conference. I said that I really wanted this to be a kind of a good meal for the soul. So I think we are getting into the good meal when it comes to the main course, because the two keynote speakers will provide the main course. But then we will talk about our industry, and our industry is also part of the main course. That's really the corn of the cob to the barbecue, so to speak. But last but not least, we will talk with entrepreneurs, and that will, of course, be like the dessert. Quite a lot of fun. So I think we are all now prepared to start with our first keynote speech. And I'm tremendously happy and with a warm welcome to the Executive Vice President Vestager. Please, a warm welcome to the stage. We are so curious to hear Madame Vestager about your views. Thank you very much. So nice to meet you.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. That was indeed a warm welcome. And that is really good. There are so many uncertain things in the world, but to know that one is always warmly welcome in Sweden, you know, that what keeps one stable. So thank you very much. And I really like the themes. I think this is exactly what we need to discuss these days. Innovation, sustainability, competitiveness. And no surprise, this is what I want to address. Because these are the core concepts that strengthen the single market. This is really what sort of gives it body, muscle, soul. And I think it's also the great achievements for more than 30 years. And you have placed innovation first, and I think that's the right approach. As you know, innovation is the catalyst for growth, for prosperity, but it's also deeply linked in fostering sustainability and maintaining Europe's competitiveness. if we are to manage the green transition, if we are to build resilience, if we are to safeguard and develop Europe's role in a globalized world, well, we need innovation to get us there. Without that, we will stand still and the rest of the world will be moving on. And we will have no effect on climate change. And that, of course, begs the question, how to get it? How to get innovation working? And I suppose there is a million secret recipes, probably. But from a point of view of public policy, I think the main recipe is to set clear, transparent, and fair market conditions for a level playing field. Without that, you can have all your secret recipes. And that's a clear, transparent, fair market condition for a level playing field. That is where businesses can grow. That is where they can innovate to give us the best products and the best services. And this is why our work to further integrate the single market is absolutely central to innovation. By lowering and removing barriers to entry, the EU competition policy keeps doors open, especially for small, medium-sized businesses, for entrepreneurs, who are often the ones to come up with fresh ideas. With competition rules, we make sure that they do not become dominated by large players by acquisition. You know, you just buy a competitor, you just grow because you have the funding to do so. Or that bigger firms in any sector do not make it harder for any small competitor to scale, to grow in that market. I don't have a crystal ball, obviously, but my bet is that the European entrepreneur that everyone will be talking about in 15 years' time is basically just about, or maybe haven't even yet finished upper secondary school. So our job is, of course, not to rest on the laurels, but to keep the door open so that when she reaches her full potential, she also has a market for her products and her services. One of the things that we can do to create that foundation for innovation is to develop sound policies on data. Because in the complex economy we live in, data is absolutely key for this. The new Data Governance Act is designed to make data sharing possible, to create independent, neutral data intermediaries so that small and medium-sized businesses can access the data that they need in order to innovate, maybe data they don't have themselves. The Data Act, because of that, takes the next step by protecting small and medium-sized businesses and startups from unfair data sharing clauses in contracts that they otherwise may have had to sign, and by excluding gatekeeper platforms from benefiting from data sharing. Because, of course, data can be reused, but the ones with the biggest capabilities and the biggest pool of data to combine, of course, if they have the first go, they also come to market with the first innovations. Small and medium-sized businesses, they will also benefit from the new regulation on artificial intelligence. We are proposing the first ever framework on artificial intelligence. And what we want to ensure is that there is a harmonized approach throughout member states, creating the certainty and the transparency that businesses need in order to take advantage of new opportunities, in order for there to be a full market for them to benefit from. And in particular, to make sure that the public sector is a market for artificial intelligence products, so that public sector, governments, regional leaders, leaders in municipalities don't scare away because of the risk of scandal. In the case of important projects of common European interest, we have foreseen a way for multiple countries and actors to come together. Point is to pool resources and expertise and to address the really big challenges where breakthrough innovation is needed. Crucially, we have designed the system so that we only step in when the market will not deliver, and ensuring that the project benefits that they are, of course, widely shared, because not every company can be in one of these projects. So the companies who may not be in, of course, they need to be able to get part of the benefits, because the taxpayers, they have chipped in, sometimes quite substantially. Sustainability is every bit as important. And that is obviously, as the name goes, what the Green Deal is about. In fact, the main challenges of our time is to create this economy that's resilient, that is strong, and that respects the ecological boundaries of this planet. We have many tools to do that. First of all, of course, we have regulatory tools to create harmonized sustainability standards of the single market. That is what we do in eco-design regulation, with the right to repair, with the need to provide for a common charger. And this creates a benchmark for sustainability requirements within the single market. And that, of course, should push further for innovation based on this. But maybe the main thing is that sustainability requires change. The European Recovery Plan was launched exactly with this in mind. Not only does it have a focus on reform, on innovation, but it channels unprecedented European funding into accelerating the green and the digital transition and helping the Union meet the actually quite ambitious climate targets that we have for 2030 and 2050. And this should transform itself into a whole series of enabling innovation, whether it's in e-mobility, renewable energy, the next generation of waste management. Because obviously the point is not that the public funding of member states or the public funding coming from European funds will give us the green transition. The point is that this funding can enable the business community to provide us with what we need, implementing innovation, making it industrial scale. And the current energy crisis is another case at hand. The illegal aggression of Russia against the people of Ukraine, where they have laid bare the urgent need to diversify energy supplies. Of course, it's also gives access or gives the need for many, many more things, because the fact that war is back in Europe, of course, changes our world. It was the radical action, the wrong, the illegal action taken by the Russian leadership that called for decisive action on our part. And now we have tried to plan for it. Repower EU, we call it, and it proposes to reduce dependency on Russian gas by 2/3 before the end of the year. Of course, this is not a Swedish headache as such, because the dependency here is so low. But Sweden feels it every as much as any other country. And also here, you know, you take the unprecedented steps. So all of this comes on top of agreed sanctions that changes the situation on ground in Russia, but of course also changes the situation here. Sustainability is also about stepping in and taking action to strengthen our resilience. When the pandemic struck, it became quite obvious that we were depending on a number of global supply chains and value chains. And as part of our industrial strategy, we're identifying areas where we need to do more. And this is not something we want to do alone. This is something we do with trading partners, with people we trust, with friends, and those who are friendly. And the point here, again, is not to say that now we will make everything work from a government office or from a commission's office, because you might know that the goal of our industrial strategy is to make European industry the leaders of green transition and digitization. That is the point. Not to choose who is the next champion, but to enable that leadership in European industry. And this is not something that they should do in isolation. This is something that they should do with a view to an open world. And the European Chips Act is a good example of that sort of public policy enabling the market to function. Our need for secure and sustainable access to raw materials is another challenge. And what a pleasure to be here in Sweden, to see that there are so many raw materials that you don't have to source from the other side of the planet. And I think it will be good for the entirety of Europe to realize that there are actually something that we can provide for ourselves. But also here, we will not stay as we are, because also when it comes to delivering, we will work with global partners. Take that to be green steel, take that to be recycling, take that to be the circularity of our economy. Also here, collectively, we can do it if we put more efforts into it. Because leaving the outer world aside for a couple of minutes, we're in this together. Those of us who have the privilege of serving in policy, but also those who work in the business sector. Because public funds should be spent to facilitate the necessary private investment, not to crowd out private investment. And public authorities should never take over the tasks that businesses are better placed to do. And we should also not take over responsibilities from businesses. Strategic dependencies, well, they are also the result of conscious economic decisions taken in boardrooms. And with that, of course, also comes a responsibility to be part of the change when that is no more the secure way to go. And we need to balance the need for public action in view of the specific situation and the specific objectives that we are pursuing. And the CHIPS Act is an exceptional response to an exceptional situation. And when it comes to raw materials, of course, we need to carefully assess if we have the tools needed or we need legislative action. Because a lot of good things can be said about the co-legislator and hopefully also about the Commission using its right of initiative to table proposals. But it should only be done when needed. Last but not least, competitiveness. Because at all times, even when we take exceptional measures for exceptional situations, we need to put our efforts into making the single market work at all times. This is probably the most important preparedness for crisis that we can have, that the single market actually work. Because we are working on a single market emergency instrument, but we cannot always be in emergency mode. Instability is part of our environment, and it's here to stay. We will not be going back to what things were before the pandemic. But we can also not always be in a crisis mode. So what we have ahead of us is something that may be different, but that also somehow have to be, just another Tuesday. So we need to accept it and catch the new opportunities that is created by it, increase our competitiveness. And like before, increasing our competitiveness means accelerating the competition within the single market. I count on your support here, on your contributions to make sure that this is actually happening. And I trust that Sweden will play a decisive role in the context of the coming presidency in 2023, setting the tone and the ambition for that important achievement. And you know, when you're in your 30s, and the single market will turn 30 next year, you're young, you're experienced, you have everything going for you, so go, go, go. Yeah, I'm way over that. Oh, the 40s are the new 30s, so I just watch and learn. But together we continue to enforce the single market rules, knowing that the competition that we practice here at home is what makes us strong in the global markets too. And speaking of global markets, our vision builds on Europe's positive experience with our own single markets. So the idea is to have the most free, open movements of capital, goods, people that we can have, while of course at the same time to recognize that in order for such a system to work, well, there must be rules in place. A fair, transparent, well-functioning market is not a market without rules, because that would be a market without fairness. So the point is to achieve competitiveness through fairness. Let me give you a couple of examples so you can see what it is that I'm thinking of. We have proposed a new law on foreign subsidies, which would restrict companies who compete on the single market on tapping unfair subsidies paid by foreign governments. So you cannot bring in subsidies from the outside and try to outcompete businesses in Europe who have no access to that kind of subsidy. And this is not about protectionism. This is about fairness in the marketplace. This is about putting in place fair rules that keep the single market open for business, also for them who comes from outside of Europe, and while at the same time safeguarding our competitiveness. The Digital Services Act is another tool for competitiveness through fairness, because that makes sure that European sellers online are not unfairly disadvantaged by overseas operators who sell unfair products or counterfeit products online. And for small businesses, I think the real advantage is that it will reduce compliance cost. Everybody hates admin. Without having the same approach in the European Union, of course, online sellers would have to navigate all the different rules that they would meet whenever they were trying to sell something across the border. And for small and medium-sized businesses, well, compliance costs, they can be completely prohibited. You say, I just stay at home. Because if that is the cost barrier I have to pass, I will not try to sell anything abroad, which means that your scale up just becomes a pipe dream. It is obvious that open strategic autonomy is first and foremost about working with partners. It's about developing collaborations and cooperation to address the challenges that we're facing. It's not about turning inwards. And I already mentioned the strategic cooperation I think that we have on raw materials, with Canada, with a number of countries on the list. The Trade and the Technology Council with the US is another excellent example of such cooperation. It's an excellent part of our strategy on chips, because we have so much to benefit from working with the outside world. So to conclude, these themes that you have put together, innovation, sustainability, competitiveness, they are useful in themselves. But in truth, it is three different dimensions, three different aspects of the same issue. No one believes that the EU long-term competitiveness can be built without massive innovation, in particular in environmental and low-carbon technologies. And I heard about the innovation safari that you had this morning. I should have been here, because it is what we need to showcase these excellent examples of how these work in practice. The creative energy of young European businesses who are innovating at the very intersection between sustainability and competitiveness. I'm so happy to be here. It's an inspiration, and Europe needs it. It needs also the leadership coming from this organization and from this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You wouldn't mind sitting on the stage. Thank you. Thank you so much, Executive Vice President. What a great start of the afternoon. And now we'll go to our second keynote speech. And I'm very happy to be able to welcome the Swedish Minister for Business, Industry and Innovation, Karl-Petter Thorwaldsson. A big applause.
Well, thank you very much. Really proud to be here this afternoon, and actually I'm also quite proud of the Swedish industry, if I'm telling the truth. Next year in August, exactly 40 years after I took my first step into the industry, I started to work as a metal worker in south of Sweden in a small company who presented products for Volvo and Saab and Scania and Volvo trucks. So almost a full life in the industry, and then to be a minister and talk about the industry and how to create a better industry in the future. It's a humble journey, and I'm really proud to be minister of the green Swedish industrial revolution that we are in the middle of right now. I had lunch with Commissioner Vestager and talked about the Swedish industry revolution, and if we talk about what create a society, a time where so many things are possible, it's really, really tough to find just one thing that created the possibilities. So I think every one of those behind the innovation, sustainability and competitiveness at the same time is the best answer to why everything is happening in Sweden right now. Start with innovation. It's no secret that Sweden are one of the most innovative countries in the world. And we have relatively close cooperation between companies. We have relatively close cooperation with research and development universities. We have relatively close between co-workers at same factories. We talk about solutions and we try to have meetings. And the Swedish fika, very important. Take a cinnamon roll and discuss about how we will do a solution better next year. And we are relatively close to capital and a big trust between companies and capital, so we can invest in the future ideas all over the country. Secondly, sustainability. I don't know why, but Swedish companies and entrepreneurs, they have this in their DNA last 2 years at least. So all of a sudden, every company and every entrepreneur and every company leader talk about the green development of their company. And almost all of them also say that this will enlarge the competitiveness of the company. That's a difficult to say in small end. I think actually most of the findings we have seen the last years is that every company earn more if you changed into green technology. And together with innovation, this create the first step of the green revolution and the green investment we are seeing in Sweden right now. And thirdly, competitiveness. Oh, first time. I think that is also something in the DNA of Swedish companies. And I've been experienced that from the opposite side for many, many years, a trade union leader. You know, I was quite successful of making the workforce very expensive. One of the most expensive workforce in the world, actually. I'm quite proud about that as well. But in the same time, always open to new solutions and never afraid of technology advantage in our companies. We never say no to new machines. We always say no to old machines, because the old machines are hurting the workers much more than the new machines. And if you do this 1 year, play no difference. But if you do it year after year after year after year after year, it creates a very competitive company. So we can always, in all rankings and every comparison with other countries, you will find that Swedish industry are amongst the most competitive in every sector. And all these three components into one basket, and you add on a fourth that you missed today, but you have next time. We are open to the world market. We are really in favor of free trade. We have always worked for free trade in Sweden. And that was one of the funny things when I was the president of LO. We went together with the employee organization worldwide to argue that we should have more open trade with Sweden. For instance, TTIP between Europe and United States, where actually the negotiations were at one time at LO head office in Stockholm with Cecilia Malmström from the commissioner and also the American side. So we were very close to that one, but we are doing a lot of other ones. And the Swedish economy has always been very open to trade with other countries and compare with other countries. We never tried to protect our industry by making customs at the border. Instead, we are trying to compete of doing the right things every time. So these have created an environment for good investments. And we're really proud that right now we have a huge amount of investments in Sweden. And you all follow the investments in the north. But we are now seeing more and more tendency that the investments are moving more and more south. I think they run out of people and run out of electricity in the north. So now they are coming to mid-Sweden, and now soon they will coming to all the country. But they are following the same step as the early ads-on. It's a new type of production. It's always very green. It's always driven by innovation. And you know about the industrial wonder yourself. But just give you one example. I went a couple of weeks ago to Finnslätten in Västerås, central Sweden, or south of central Sweden, actually, where they have had industrial sites for many, many years. You have been there, and ABB has been always one of the home locations for ABB. But where they now see the development, and together with Northvolt Research and Development Facility at Finnslätten, they now foresee a growth of Finnslätten from about 10,000 jobs today to 40,000 jobs the coming 10 years. And that is just one place outside Stockholm. And it's, of course, driven by engineers and new ideas and a growing market and competitiveness all over the world and sustainability and innovation. So that is just one example where you create environment around growing companies that also create a lot of new jobs and a lot of new skilled people coming there and a lot of new possibilities to scale up Swedish industry even further the coming years. So are the state at all involved in this? Well, not so much, actually. We are trying to do our best, but it's mainly driven by companies themselves. Of course, we have cooperation every now and then, and we try to invest in things that we know that the industry have difficulties to find economy themselves. For instance, when scaling now up the battery sector in Sweden, battery industry, which is growing, you can say, quite fast in Sweden. I was in Skellefteå a couple of weeks ago, and they, as you know, they are now creating a lot of new jobs and a lot of new business opportunities, not only for themselves, but for all Skellefteå. That actually started at one of the small authorities we have called Vinnova. So the first 10 million was actually from the state. Now you forget that, because now it's hundreds of millions, and you don't have to talk about the first 10 millions. But the first 10 millions was very important for Peter Carlsson and his business to grow and to create all this capital you need to upscale. And also research facilities. We have opened together with the industry 3 research facilities, 2 are built, and now one is under production called SEAL centers, where we can actually have research and development for the sector and for upscaling. And I was just in outside Södertälje a couple of months ago when we made a first dig of the third of the centers for heavy trucks. And Scania told me at the site that they could actually increase research facility with about 100% when the SEAL center in Nykvarn is built in a couple of years. It's not a huge investment for the Sweden, actually also from the European Commission, but compared with what the industry can create, it's a small part, but very, very important. And also now, together with Teknikföretagen, we are opening up a program called Advanced Digitalization. Could become one of the most competitive areas for Sweden the coming years. And really, really proud that the industry are coming very often to State or to Vinnova or to RISE, you know them, everybody in here, and ask, can we make a cooperation? And here I think we have managed over the last 20, 30 years to avoid conflicts between state and private companies. And now I think the trust at the state could be something to have cooperation with, or making the possibilities to scale up new ideas and new technologies much faster in Sweden than in a lot of other countries. And of course, you know, Industriklivet, Klimatklivet, where we have put a small amount of state money to be able to make things greener, to make the upscale faster. So of course, yes, the state have a part, but mostly to try to have an environment where you always work for innovation, sustainability, and competitiveness. That is the ground focus for the Swedish industry policy over time. So finally, I will soon sit down together with the Commissioner. How will this continue the coming years? Well, it's not easy to see, but I think we are only in the beginning of the green industrial revolution. We have so many new ideas that will come and bring here. We have problems, yes, quite big problems. We need to have more electricity. We need to have better power grids and faster to the right sites. We have a lot of electricity, but they are on the wrong sides. We have permitting problems where it takes far too long to have permitting for new interesting industrial ideas, and also for especially for new windmills. It takes forever to have a permit to build new facilities, and we need to scale that up. We have lack of enough skilled people. That is always bring up when I meet companies today. We need more reskilling. We need better focus on how to have better and more people coming to the growing industry, especially in the north. I'm really proud that together with the employer and the trade union, 1.5 years ago, they signed an agreement on how it will be possible to change more skilled people in their factories, and they have an agreement, and they send only a list to the state to be able to do this. You need to do this, and actually we had just last week a decision in Parliament where we can actually say yes to the requirements from employers and trade unions. And this year we will bring one of the bigger new investments for the state this year. It's about 9 billion Swedish krona, 900 million euro, that we could provide for individual people, very often mothers and fathers with mortgage and big loans. Very difficult to skip job for a year and go over for taking loans from the state. So instead we can actually give them possibility to make 1 year study with 80% of your former salary. And we know the interest from a lot of people that wants to have reskilled midlife and give this possibility to have 80% of your salary. This will grow so rapidly. And I say to the industry, I say to everybody I meet, be creative. Try to see that your investment to your ID has enough to skilled people, and try together with Teknikföretagen or other employer organization, try to focus on your special needs, so we can do this very swift and effectively when it's rolled out this autumn. It's 9 billion first year, so I think if you're early on, you have a good chance of have the resources. In a couple of years, I think there will be fight about it, but it could be on every level you want. You can be on high school level, it could be on university level, it could be for just a couple of months if you need to reskill, it could be up to a year if you go to university. So this is a creative and a very flexible way of trying to solve one of the biggest problems in the industry today. So with that, we try to create more innovation, more sustainability, and more competitiveness. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for these two key note speeches. Now I would like to start our in conversation with. This will be a panel, a discussion around these subjects we just discussed. And I would like to call two more speakers to the stage. So first, I would like to ask the president of Orgalim, Ms. Rada Rodriguez, to join us on stage.
Yeah. Hello.
And last, but certainly not least, I would like to ask the president of Teknikföretagen, the Association of Swedish Engineering Industry, Tom Eriksson, to join us.
Exactly.
So thank you so much for these really thought-provoking words and thinking, and specifically also different examples when it comes to innovation, sustainability, and competitiveness. I would like to start asking Ms. Rodriguez. We are in very uncertain times at the moment. It's of course very difficult with the situation and the war in Ukraine. But we're also coming out from a COVID pandemic. We see challenges when it comes to supply chain, inflation. What can really be done from a policies perspective, looking at supporting business and industry? What do you think?
Yeah, thank you. First, we have to help ourselves, and then to get the help of the policy, as it was said several times today. Indeed, it's feeling like being in a crisis now forever. It's not forever, of course, but it's a very prolonged time, because the COVID, it's still not gone completely, so we don't know what will come in autumn and in winter. And then on top of it, of course, the inflation, the energy prices, the energy crisis, and also now, of course, the war. This permanent crisis, what we have done as companies, we try to adapt to it. And we had to adapt very fast. And I would say that the most agile a company is, the more flexible a company is, the better the resilient that company is. To give some examples from some of the fields in the electronic business, because we were talking about electronic components, so the company started to redesign the components so that we could diversify the supply chain. It doesn't mean that we were starting to withdraw from the global supply chain, because that's not possible, and it's very complex. But we tried very fast to adapt, to redesign, to find new suppliers, when it's possible also to move closer to the market. But here I would like to say that the decision where to produce and what to produce was really business-driven, strategy-driven, and yes, it is true, it's more sustainable to be close to the market if all the other conditions are favorable. So this agility, this flexibility helped us to be resilient, and I would say that our industry, which represents Orgalim, were really very resilient. So the rebound after the first, let's say, top of the crisis was much bigger in this industry than it was in other industries. So that showed that innovation, it's also a factor of resiliency, because we were able to renovate and to reinvent things when it was necessary. Now, coming to what we need, because I think you said it very well, this trust in between policymakers and industry is really the fundament for everything we want to do. And I would say, especially Sweden, but not only, the Nordic countries are all a very good example for how this is working. And probably in Europe, all the other countries have a lot to learn from the Nordic countries on how this trust and this interaction between policymakers and industry is going on. So what I think we are seeing as a risk moving forward, what is happening with the crisis with Corona, is that the time for thinking about the consequence of a law or of a regulation, of a whatever piece of regulation, that time is shrinking. And we need the time and we need the consequence analysis because the things are so complex and we are moving at all the things at the same time, which means we are not really sure what the consequences will be. So if I would ask something, or I would appreciate if we could really make sure that we have a consequence analysis of the competitiveness every time we are making a decision on a new piece of legislation.
Well, thank you so much, Rodriguez. So I understand from your standpoint that you are looking for more consultation and more analysis work in this kind of path forward. And I think that's a really good point. And I think you also mentioned this about production. So I thought I'd also ask Mr. Eriksson, when it comes to production, when we are looking to Europe as a production hub, how do you think it compares to the rest of the world, and how do you think it should compare to the rest of the world?
Well, I think there's one thing that we on this stage all agree on, and that is that this should be the most competitive region in the world. I don't think we are there as a region. I think we have huge varieties between individual countries and markets when you look at competitiveness. So Europe is not a one market when it comes to competitiveness, although we may be taking steps in that direction. What I would say is I think the issue of supply chain resilience is completely overplayed at the moment. I think we as industrialists, we've been working with supply chain challenges for the last 100 years. We've been acutely working with it for the last 2 years. We know what to do. We don't need much guidance from policymakers when it comes to this issue. And if you think about the industry here, we're not exactly sourcing T-shirts and sneakers from low-cost labor countries. Our global supply chains are built up over 20, 30 years with local sub-suppliers, with a lot of technology and people development. And while it was maybe true some 20 years ago that to some degree even industry went to China for low labor costs, today an engineer in China, in Eastern China, is the same as Sweden, if not more expensive. So there's not particularly cost advantage in China for us any longer. But of course, in our company and a lot of other companies, 20% of our market is China. Of course, we're going to remain in China. And of course, we will remain solidly anchored with our supply chains in Asia. And so I think the reshoring discussion is almost non-relevant when it comes to advanced manufacturing and advanced supply chain. I think, thank you very much. That was not exactly what we were practicing on before, but it was a small one. Yeah. We had some practice here before. That was for you. But with that said, if you look at competitiveness, we're going to be looking at the availability of skilled labor, and I completely agree with Carl-Peter about the agreement that we shaped. I think is super important, and we were both behind it. I think the question of political stability, which is an issue in democracies as well, mind you, with the big swings between left and right, the stability in the middle as to where we will have policy over the coming years, including in Europe, is a hugely problematic thing at the moment in this region specifically. I would say it's even more problematic than the US situation. And then we have the question, of course, of labor availability, and we have a lot of other factors forming. And these are not factors that are evaluated on a daily basis. And I think if I would compare today, I think most industrialists would say if you were to scan the main drivers of the future energy systems, it's probably a US advantage. If you look at labor availability over time, US might even be there, at least if it comes to certain high-tech and digital expertise. If you look at market economics and financing and availability of capital and market regulation, US tend to come out on top. So I think most people who would start greenfield today would be somewhat in favor of US. I think China, it is a bit of a question mark as to how we judge the risk assessment on that. And I think there is a geopolitical risk for us and for everybody. And here, I just strongly would hope that the EU would still remain in a basic mode of free trade as opposed to escalating the problem. I'm not sure, you know, it's nothing that we can completely control. It takes two to tango, in this case maybe three, because the Americans need to be on. But the rhetoric and part of the defensive games that we are looking at, supply chain resilience, is sort of in tonality. Perhaps I agree with Commissioner Vestager's comments as to why we do it and what we try to achieve, but I think there is another interpretation on the other side that we are sort of jointly escalating into a bit of a trade war, at least trade barrier situation, and I'm worried about it. I hope we're not getting there, but so that's sort of my quick assessment on.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Eriksson. I think that it's a really interesting point that maybe we're in a place now when we're looking at more of a multi-domestic strategy rather than looking at offshoring, reshoring, and optishoring, etc. So quite an interesting comment, and many other good comments there. I really would like to just go back to how I started this conference, especially as we have Executive Vice President here at the podium. And what I did, I quoted a fact that the World Economic Forum and Accenture had done an analysis and come to that by 2050 we could cut global emissions with 20% with digital technologies. You mentioned quite a couple of examples around digital technologies, around data sharing, AI, etc. But what's your view when it comes to our digital future, and especially connected to these concepts?
So you have an hour and a half? No. If I may just comment on the last point, because I think it's really important, because actually trade is part of resilience. Because without access to many suppliers, without access to many customers, well, how can you be resilient? If one supplier fails you, you need to be able to find another one. If one customer fails you, you need to go to another market. So trade is part of resilience. Competition is part of resilience. If there is no competition among your suppliers, how to make sure that they will keep innovating what you need. And I think in these discussions we are failing some of the fundamentals that has taken us to here. And we talk too little openly with one another about what is actually happening. Because it was for conscious business decisions that outsourcing happened. It was never a decision taken in the European Compet Council in Luxembourg, I can assure you. So we cannot then assess a situation and then say that something that has been dealt with for ages now is a political responsibility. We simply do not have sufficient information. And we cannot just say, then let's get sufficient information, because that would make you provide us with innovation, 24 hours on the day. So that's no solution either. So it is, I think, this interplay that is absolutely key. And that also goes for digitization, because we failed, I think, European businesses 10, 15 years ago, because there was no digital single market. There's no access to capital. The European market was even more complex. In the US, they had two languages, English and Spanish. They had a very risk-prone capital market. And then, of course, you can grow. And then you can step over to Europe and you can grow your business here, because Europe is a good market. Now, of course, when the next big chapter of digitization begins, when it's a business-to-business digitization of agriculture, transport, energy, everything, the war is the first real digital war that we have seen. Then, of course, it's absolutely crucial that Europe provides the best possible conditions for this to happen with a European perspective. And we ought to have everything going for ourselves, because we have an industrial culture, an entrepreneurial culture, we have a single market. Now we ought to have a capital market to cater for this. I think the underdeveloped risk assessment is the risk of lack of skills. It's really encouraging to hear what you do, in order to encourage people to re-educate themselves. But there is no way that Europe can master technology without we as citizens being able to do that. And as a question of localization, I think it becomes a more and more important factor for where you localize your business if you can get the skilled employees that you actually need, or you can get employees who are willing to build their skills over time. And that goes all over Europe. It's also a US weakness. They are also in lack of skilled people. So we need to look much more of the human factor. And of course, I hope that what we have been doing recently to say, well, everything digital will have to be human-centered. Technology is a tool, it's a servant for us to create better societies, to solve things, for instance, climate change. It can never be the other way around. Because why would you want to educate yourself within something that is just there to control you? There's no incentive.
I think it's a really good point also around the skills base, the education, and how we can make sure that both here in Sweden, as the minister was talking about, but also in Europe, how we keep cultivating, which is part of the resilience. Minister, would you like to maybe talk a bit more about how you see this, about educating, both creating the skills base and education base in Sweden and in Europe, how that will look in the future?
I think still it's quite unclear on a European level, unfortunately. I think we need better tools and better cooperation, especially for adult training in Europe. It's relatively easy when you're young and you go to university, and we have actually there good programs on the European side, so you can educate yourself in another country, and you can have already in the start a very good connection with other countries and other companies. So that for young, I think it's relatively good, but for adults, it's really bad. We have seen some dramatic change when we had a financial crisis. We had a lot of movement from booming from crisis Spain and Portugal to booming Germany, and I saw when I went to Spain they had posters of "Go and learn German" everywhere to be able to have to take a job. And if we can have more flexibility over all Europe, I think we can solve a lot of problems. One of the problems we have in Sweden is that so many of the investments are very far north, and even though nobody have counted it, some 20,000-30,000 people should move north, and I think it's that the state must be as crucial as we was when we had people moving south. We need to have programs, people moving north. If you're unemployed living in south of Sweden, you must actually go to a workplace where you can find a job, and I think we should be as hard as we were in the 50s, 60s and 70s to have people moving south. So I think we should have quite strong focus on doing that. Because the problem right now is that they create fly-in, fly-out services. So you can work 7 days and you're free 7 days going to your home, and it doesn't create good societies. It doesn't help the local municipality with tax income from work, because that is taxated in another municipality. So create a lot of problems, and also kind of a wild western solution. So drinking problems, etc. So we need to really build good societies where people want to ride. Quite interesting in Skellefteå. They are first movers, and already employed 1,000 full-time workers at Northvolt and 2,500 constructors. And I think they have 124 nationalities at Northvolt, and they are 100% Mallorca tree. So they are only there on their merits, and they're from all over the world. And I think they also created some kind of solution where you own a bit of the company if you move there, so you have an incentive to stay in Skellefteå. And municipality build a lot of new homes, and they also invest a lot in culture. So they just built a cultural house in the central Skellefteå to have a good day after your job. And I think it's a holistic view that you need not only to create education here and work here, you need to have a holistic site so you can create a good living environment. And in the north you have lot of countryside. You can go skiing. You can have a really winter. That's also a lot of people in Europe want to have a real winter. Perhaps also from Denmark. So feel free. You will find a job very easy. I try to laugh a little bit, but it also. But okay, this is a stressful situation for Swedish industry, and I guess we will actually have a lot of people from other European countries coming there. But still, I don't think people know it. So we need to also talk with people in other European countries. They don't know about the fantastic north.
So you very much kind of highlighting the importance of that holistic perspective.
Yeah.
I really like both this discussion around resilience, which of course is extremely important, and also seeing people and the holistic perspective. But I think also something, maybe a subject we should be touching upon, it's around the balance between state intervention and the kind of market, kind of free market play, so to speak. So I was just wondering, perhaps Mr. Rodriguez, if you wouldn't mind to maybe say a couple of words about your thoughts around that.
Yeah, and I would like really to come back to what Commissioner Vesthagen said on the data sharing. On digitization, because this is something very close to our heart. Why I'm saying that is it is true that when it comes to the consumer information technology and consumer platforms, we maybe lost the battle with US because they won that battle. But as you said, we are in the next phase now, and that's B2B. And I will pause on manufacturing, because that's what we are doing here, and that's what we know. And on the operational technology, we still have the lead in Europe. And I want also to emphasize that the Industry 4.0 architecture, it's made in Europe. So we really defined this convergence between information technology and operational technology. We defined also the interfaces, and now we try to translate that in international standards, which will then rule the whole transformation of the manufacturing sector. So that's a very important, it's a very important thing. And now when we come to data sharing, and a little bit what is our concern when we see the Data Act, when we see also the proposal for the CHIP Act, is that industrial data is also very much linked to to competitiveness of the company. It's how we produce. To know how we produce means that you have the competitive advantage. So sharing of the industrial data in the scope of creating new services, yes, and this is what we want to do, and that can be based on contract between the companies. But mandatory, free of industrial data when it comes to the production. Imagine as we are now more and more working in Industry 4.0 with the digital twin. We are imagining completely factories, completely processes in a digital world, which we then translate in the physical world. To share that data in a mandatory let's say, act, that's where we flag for, cautious, and the fact that industrial data needs to be definitively looked upon separately or differently compared to personal data. So, of course, there are two very different animals and should not be mixed in the legislation. Also, and that's the last point I want to say linked to that, is we talked about, the new technologies, artificial intelligence, for instance, machine learning as one phase of artificial intelligence. Also here, regulating too much too soon, we see as a problem, or because today the technology which we believe today is state-of-the-art will not be state-of-the-art tomorrow. So also here give that flexibility to especially new technologies to grow, to mature, and then of course when it's needed we need also to put some boundary, because I agree with you, everything needs to be human-centric. But again, making that difference between machine data, personal data, what is helping the competitiveness and the transformation of the industry, and what is a bottleneck. So that's not an easy task for the politicians, but we are here to help you, and we are here to give our input.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rodriguez. I was just wanted to come back to that question also with Ms. Eriksson here. When it comes to that delicate balance between what is state intervention or EU intervention in this case, perhaps, or what is then free market? How would you like to see that balance?
Yeah, and I think that balance is the key thing. It's clear that we need policy and regulators, as well as entrepreneurship and innovation from the private sector. But I think the minister's reflection on how the labor laws have been transformed in Sweden is I think, a very good example, because essentially, of course, there was political leadership on the process initially. We knew what the political system was asking for, and we were looking to a somewhat more flexible model as to long-term employment, but also a balancing of reskilling and creating employable employees long-term for the demands that we were having. So that was put in our task as employer associations and then with the unions, and we worked out the deal that was agreed by both parties, but it was also putting back the legislative requirements that we needed from the parliament as a prerequisite for having for signing the deal. And you could say, in principle, it was the politicians that tell us what we need to do in order to get there. And if I look at the whole sustainability process, that is exactly where we are right now. I think the political leadership in EU and on national level in terms of where we need to go is clearly there. The specific targets as to where we would like to be in 2030 and 2050 is there. We understand that. The private sector engagement in making that happen is completely there. Our ability to measure where we are as individual companies with the sustainability reporting more or less in place at this point in time is there. We actually know what to do. But I don't have the European Commission or European Union coming and asking me, what do you think you need in order to succeed? Right? I actually happen to know what this company that I run needs to succeed, and I have a fair idea of what the Swedish industry as large needs in order to succeed. And it doesn't start with taxonomy, And I just think we have such a huge process and change ahead of us that I think we're going to need some focus in getting the key issues resolved in this process, and we are getting a little bit too eager to resolve the future today, and we don't know exactly how we're going to do it. And regulating and innovation needs to find a pace here, whether it's digital or the actual energy transition solutions that we're looking for. 20 years from now, windmills look like an ancient thing, and we're going to say, why ever did we do that? I just don't know what we're going to have in place instead. So the obsession of leading these transitions against specific targets is not very helpful. We need to know where we're going. We need monitoring. We need policy support. We need seed capital. We need pilot testing. We need engagement and political leadership. We need some stability in terms of where we're heading for the long term, leave right and left aside, but a little bit less of going down in the rabbit holes in terms of details of regulating how we're going to get there. That's sort of the balancing that I'm looking for. I like the Swedish model, Petter,
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Eriksson. I thought we're kind of coming close to an end here for this discussion. But I'd like to ask each and every one of you, and maybe we can just respond pretty briefly, because I know we need to move on. But I really am curious about this, and it's about innovation. Because I think I started with the introduction saying that I really do think that great innovation can save the world, and it's about encouraging that innovation and creating the kind of the growing ground for that, so to speak, together with many aspects as we talked about. But what do you think? What is the key kind of thing you'd like to champion in this forum for innovation? So if I could just, maybe if I go back, if I start with Mr. Eriksson, if you could just say a couple of words about what would you like to champion around innovation in this kind of fora?
You took me by surprise. innovation is about entrepreneurship at the end of the day, and you cannot be scared to fail. We have a cultural obsession of stability and predictability in Europe, partly in Sweden. We've changed a little bit over the last 20 years, but we need to be able to do trial and error to get the innovation in what we're going to do today. And I think we as companies need to give comfort to our line managers, our pilots, to fail. To fail a project is not to fail career-wise. It's just a trial and error process, and we need to do that. And maybe we also need a bit of political backing in taking those risks every now and again. We go out on a limb on a number of industrial projects in Europe right now. We may need a little bit of cushions here and there in order to have our trial and error process being a little bit more cushioned and softer than it will be in a hard-nosed capital system.
Thank you so much. It's an excellent point, and we will definitely come back to that also when we talk at our next panel, or the latest panel, especially when we have startups and entrepreneurial companies. But I'm sure they kind of agree with you violently there. Mrs. Rodriguez, what would you say? What would your kind of champion of innovation be in this forum?
I had a little bit of time to think. Meanwhile, Tom was talking. Beside everything which was said, I would like to come back to the mentality question, to the creativity which is needed in order to be innovative. And I'm very concerned about how we transformed our way of thinking with Corona when we saw that it's okay to work from home, which is okay. It was a good solution for a crisis situation. But I really would like that we go back to meeting each other and exchanging and having events like this one, because this is priceless. This cannot, and we see it in the companies, when people refuse to come back to work, we miss that creativity. On the medium term, on the long term, people are not exchanging anymore. And that's for me something which we need to find back to. We need all to make the effort, to come back to what it was before the crisis, so that we foster creativity.
Thank you so much. Minister, what would you be championing here?
I love innovation. I could speak easy for 1 hour. But I take only one example I've seen quite recently. It's also concerning COVID, and it was a Swedish researcher from Halmstad who refused to do a traditional vaccine to fight COVID and instead used the mRNA technology that is now innovating the whole pharmaceutical industry. So actually, first of all, viruses. They promise they can bring now a vaccine for every virus in 100 days to avoid a new COVID situation. But most interesting, they now think they can actually use the same technology to start to add to your own protecting system in life, so you in your body, so you can actually protect yourself from, for instance, cancer in just a couple of years. That must be the most fantastic innovation we have right now. So mRNA technology is my favorite right now.
Thank you so much, Minister. Executive Vice President, would you mind kind of ending this panel debate with your views, please?
Maybe just one comment on what was said before, because what we're trying to do in AI is exactly not to regulate technology. I completely agree. The law would be obsolete the minute it was passed. So what we're focusing on is the use cases. How should use cases, if something precious is at stake, how should that be governed? And we're in the good situation that we have agreed with the Americans within the Trade and Technology Council that they will have the same approach. And I think that is prone exactly for technology to develop. So part of the answer is for legislation not to fixate things. Second is to have an openness for different solutions to solve the same thing. For instance, when it comes to investing in renewable energy, we would love for member states to have more open tenders. Instead of insisting, no, it must be wind, it must be solar, it must be something, then say, no, we would like so and so many gigawatts. Who would want to provide that? That openness in how solutions are being made, and I really like your focus on states and or market, because I think it's really important to be cautious here. I think a lot of states sort of gained an appetite. Oh my, I can make people stay at home. I can close businesses. That's a lot of, yeah, very expensive in most cases, but sort of that appetite I can actually control. And when you look at the green transition with all the urgency, and you see the market in itself would not deliver green transition. Now industry is on board, but for a long period it was policy driven. The ETS system, a policy driven market mimicking thing that would not have been about otherwise. So there is a risk that from these sort of two sources of nurture for more state interventionism, we will have more state interventionism. So I think it's really, really important that we talk this through in order to make sure that everyone can play their roles. And last but not least, when it comes to innovation, I think it's really important that not everyone with a crazy idea also get a diagnosis. that we have room for people being different without being labeled. Because what you say is also stubborn. No, I don't want to use that old thing. I really want to test this new thing. Being willingness to be the outcast, being willingness not to be in conformity, being willingness to do something else. So if everyone is going to have a diagnosis, then at least that they are not a labeling that prevents new ideas from getting into our system, because it's really, really needed.
Well, thank you so much for this brilliant debate here today. I would like to give the speakers a warm, big applause. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. Thank you so much. That's great. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. And a little bit of a symbolic gift on your way out, please. Thank you. Now we will go to our second panel. So if I can ask the speakers on the second panel, the industry panel, Europe's Path to Sustainability, to join me on stage, please. So that was a really good discussion, wasn't it? I must say that I really did feel quite energetic. It was lots of really interesting messages there, which I hope that we can also keep talking about for this panel. I thought we would go around the panel and we'd say a couple of words about how we see our position when it comes to industry. So I will introduce each panelist and then ask you to say a couple of words about yourself and your company, but also how you see this particular issue. But before then, I thought I'd ask the audience. So I have a question, and if it's okay, maybe we could use our hands and just raise them if we agree or disagree. So in 1955, that was when the Fortune 500 list was basically founded. And from the first 500 companies, today, how many companies, talking about resilience, etc., how many companies do you still think is on the list? Are there less than 100 or more than 100 still on the Fortune 500 list? So everybody who thinks that there are more than 100 of those companies still on the list, can you raise your hand? And how many then think that there are less than 100? So the correct answer, thank you, is 52.
Yeah.
So that is, I mean, it can be discussed in many ways, but one of the discussion around that is the importance of innovation and what is in academic terms is called a creative destruction. Basically, if you don't re-innovate or innovate yourself as a company, you will cease to exist in one way or another. So I think that's just a little bit of a backdrop to keep talking about innovation. But we're not just going to talk about innovation, we're going to talk about sustainability and of course competitiveness also. So I thought maybe we could start with Javier Armazabal. Javier is the president of a Spanish company called Belacia. Would you mind giving me your thoughts?
Okay, first of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here. And okay, we are a family-owned group that was founded 55 years ago by my father. And we are basically active in two businesses. One is related with design, manufacturing, and development of equipment for medium voltage distribution networks for the smart grids, transformers, switchgears, all the type of equipment, monitoring equipment, etc. The second main business we have is called Ikusi. The first one is called Armazabal, is my family name. The second one is Ikusi, and we are active mainly in terms of digitalization and communication networks for different users, governments or service developers, etc. And we have a kind of a nice business that we started, and now we are having some partners with us that's manufacturing industrialized houses, homes, which is quite an interesting thing. Something that we did in the past. We see what is done, let's say, anywhere working outside in the installations, and then we try to bring that to the factory where we can improve the quality, the service, the safety of the people, etc. Altogether, the group is 750 million euros sales, 70% outside of Spain, about 30% outside of Europe. We are roughly 4,000 people, and as I said, 55 years, a family-owned company, very, very oriented to innovation and trying to keep competitiveness to be sustainable in the long term.
Thank you so much. And when it comes to looking at the competitive sustainability for your own company and also the position in Europe, what are your thoughts there specifically?
Well, it's something curious because in the mentality of my father, who grounded the company, all three things everything came together. I mean, sustainability could not be differentiated from competitiveness when you're talking about the company. I mean, the company wants to keep on going on a long term, and therefore we have to deal with the needs around us. I mean, society has to give you the approval to allow you to be active in the market. So we need the approval of society. That means we have to take care of people according to the circumstances and to the messages and to the culture that we have everywhere. So something important is the social sustainability. I mean, we have to get the approval. We have to do things right. Of course, we have to take care of the planet. I mean, climate change, decarbonization, electrification, all those things are in the front of the needs of our environment, and we have to be linked to it. And that, as manufacturers, as industrial company, we have to assume that mandate that we have today, with the stress we have it today. But at the same time, we have to use technology to be successful and to continue creating growth and creating value. And all things should come together. It's not possible to develop to face the challenges we have without a strong innovation. And that means some risk assuming, some collaboration, everything. So we see sustainability and competitiveness very, very linked when we're talking about the company. And the owners of the company, they are very proud to be where they are located, living, etc. And that's another point, which is we have in our main businesses our family name, so we want to have a good name in the market.
Well, thank you so much. If I may continue, Executive Vice President from Bosch and also Corporate Communication and Government Affairs, Dr. Professor Christoph Eckhardt. What are your views on this particular subject?
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you also for having me here. I must say I enjoyed the first discussion very much. I maybe also introduce my company very briefly to you because it relates to the topic that we discussed today. Robert Bosch founded the company in 1886 and he gave the topic of sustainability kind of into the DNA of the company. Why? First of all, he hated waste. There's a saying when he came in his early days into the company, people said, switch off the light, Father Bosch is coming. Saving energy, not wasting resources was a key topic for him in his entrepreneurship. And he was obsessed with the idea to use technology to give as many people as possible a better life, which is coined today in our claim, which is invented for life. And this theme of being innovative in order to be sustainable in the sense that the company, while being profitable and offering good jobs, is also giving back to society, is since then a theme for Bosch. We are the biggest automotive supplier on the planet. In our Mobility Solutions division, we produce industrial production technology up to the cutting edge level of Industry 4.0. We do consumer goods. Some of you might have a Bosch washing machine or a drilling device at home. We do energy and building technologies. So in the, let's say, in the later stage of the development of the company, this giving back to society surfaced with technology that we all knew, such as the ABS system in the car, for example, or the EPS that prevents many people from dying every year. But it went further to a point where we said, now we want to make a big step also in the ongoing challenge dealing with the climate change. Bosch is CO2 neutral since 2022. And we're working in scope 1 and 2, I should say, and we're working on becoming increasingly CO2 neutral in scope 3 as well. We continuously try to find a good balance between, let's say, the economic tasks we fulfill, the social responsibility we have for our employees, and the economic performance that we have to ensure as a company. And as such, for sure, we're also witnessing carefully what politics is doing in the realm. I mean, you asked that question repeatedly already. Do we need the market? Do we need the state in order to get the balance between these three elements, innovation, sustainability, and competitiveness, right? My answer would be you definitely need both. And we see good examples of market impulses from the European level. I mean, the European Union in itself is a state intervention, if you want. Defining ambitious targets, setting the right standards, doing the right enabling is good and helps to move in the right direction. And the Commissioner mentioned a range of good examples. But sometimes, and I liked a lot what Tom Eriksson actually said, we see a bit too much taking on the role of the entrepreneur, prescribing technologies, going into the details of allocating resources, defining future states of technological development, which nobody can anticipate. Definitely not a politician. So I think we see a good combination of activities here, but we have to ensure we keep a balance and do not get into a more planning-oriented organization of sustainability, which I think will not be successful at the end. You need this to be business-driven to a very large extent.
Well, thank you so much, Christoph. We'll move on. We will have more of a dialogue in a little bit, but there is a opportunity here for everybody to put out their kind of thinking and statement. So thank you so much, and I'll move on to the head of strategy and sustainability, no less, from the company AFRY. So Henrik Engner, would you mind giving us your kind of thoughts?
Sure, happy to do that. So Thank you very much. So, AFRY is an engineering, design and advisory company, and we work a lot then with building a lot of the infrastructure for the future world. So we work with building roads infrastructure, railway infrastructure, buildings, energy infrastructure, industries, etc. Right. So we're in that sense very much part of this transition. And we have taken really sustainability into the core of our strategy. So we have our mission statement of making future and the vision to help accelerate the transition towards a sustainable society. So I think that for us, sustainability is very natural and something that is very much integrated in everything that we do. But I think then to reflect on what does then competitive sustainability mean, I think that in one way it is a pressure from everywhere to become more sustainable. And you could say that the alternative to the competitive sustainability would be to be uncompetitive and unsustainable, I think, in my world. Because there are now so many pressures from customers, of course, from our employees, both current and future employees, from legislators, of course, as well, more and more from investors. Maybe they still ask more about the margins on the last line, but I think more and more they also see that there is a higher valuation of more sustainable companies. And even in the end, suppliers now want to make sure that their whole supply chain is sustainable, and therefore also ask about our sustainability. So I think that there is clearly a pressure here, right? And the way that we then address it is, of course, to look at our own impact when it comes to climate, when it comes to all the other aspects of sustainability, on social responsibility, etc. And for sure, we take that very seriously, and we have set a net zero target that is approved by the Science Based Targets Initiative, which we're very proud of. But we have even greater impact on the projects that we do. You know, what projects we do and how we execute them. Can we make each project a little bit more sustainable? And can we make sure that we focus on the right sustainable sectors, right? I think that also then looking at what does then competitive mean, okay? So we need to be sustainable in order to be competitive. And we also need to follow our industries in that direction. So a lot of all those sectors that I mentioned that we work with, they are now moving in a more sustainable direction. So large projects that were already talked about here in Sweden now, like large battery factories, large green steel manufacturing, less CO2 intensive mining, for example, all those are for sure 100% competitive. They are not driven by the state mandating that we move in a certain direction. Of course, there can be facilitation from the state, but it's not the state that is driving. So it's a 100% competitive. And I think that is what we also need going forward. We need states, governments, European Union to set the long-term directive, but not play with the details. That is better for the business society to come up with innovations and implement them. So that's the way I see competitive sustainability.
Well, thank you. I think we'll come back a bit to that balance too again that I think we touched upon in the last panel, because I think that's an important point that I think several of you are already making. So I think thank you so much. I think we'll move on. Sirosh Janafar, you are working for Hitachi Sweden, and you are particularly leading on government affairs and public relations. What would you say about this? What's your take? I'm sure you say a couple of words also about Hitachi Sweden, because I think many people still knows it that as ABB perhaps. So it's kind of, to give some detail. Thank you.
Sure, thank you for the introduction and for being here. I think in general, Hitachi Energy is the same thing that we started more than 120 years ago in ASEA and Brown Boveri that later on turned into ABB, and now the power grids division has been Hitachi Energy. So we are very proud of the heritage that we had from the beginning to provide sustainable energy solutions for all. That's, I think, the founding cornerstones of our company. And now more than ever, energy plays such a huge role in sustainability. I mean, we see it both in being competitive, sustainable. It's one of the biggest things that you need to do to be able to have the proper energy systems around you, but also from an environmental point of view, social aspects, all of that. So we work with all kinds of customers, everything from utility to power generation to even industry. But what's usually the ground for it all is partnership. We really see that if you want to be sustainable, if you want to be competitive, there is only one way to do it, and it is with close cooperation. It is really to work together, be transparent, and really share the core values that we want to provide the energy systems of tomorrow today. And the solutions are more or less there. I don't think that the technology needs to have a revolution. I think that we see it. Much of it is close to what we've talked about, and my peers have mentioned, is that we need to be agile, we need to be innovative, and I think the previous speakers touched upon it as well, that if we want to be competitive, we can't go through these long processes that the minister also touched upon that was an issue. We need to be agile. We need to be innovative. So that's, I think, thing from the company point of view. From my point of view, personally, if I would define competitive sustainability, it would be, I saw this picture when I was at a conference talking about Smart City Sweden. And they showed a picture of 1990 to 2018. And then the GDP had gone up with 85%, and the CO2 emissions had gone down with 27%. And that's competitive sustainability. It has to go hand in hand. It's not that we are successful with sustainable solutions. It's thanks to sustainable solutions. That's the competitive sustainability that we are trying to create and be a part of. We have to really see it as an enabler and not just a thing that we carry on our backs on the journey to be competitive. And I think that we need to broaden also not only talk about environmental sustainability, but definitely social, economical, and all these wide arrays of sustainability.
I think that's a really good point. And if I may, I will kind of start to ask you the first question, and I think we can chip in as we go here. But from the perspective sustainability and competitiveness, what is really Europe's strength and weakness, would you say?
Well, I mean, we have the privilege of working with really all global areas. And what we see in Europe is that, of course, if we look at the different cornerstones, all the countries, we are really doing pioneering things in all industries. I mean, if we look at automotive industry, we're in some countries very, very long tradition and fantastic innovation. And same with metal, mining, sustainable steel, for example. Even medtech, finance, even now we see gaming industry that's really, really flourishing all over different sides of Europe. But if we look at these as single entities, they are strong, but if we look at it as a Europe as a whole, we are really doing practically everything at cutting edge, really, really pioneering things. So that's the biggest strength I think I see in Europe, that we are together really, really covering practically everything that's being a technology frontrunner and pioneering solutions. One of the weaknesses I think we've touched upon already is that we're so confident that our processes and what we are doing has always worked and will always do, that we see these fantastic innovations. I mean, we've talked about green steel or whatever, and we see that, okay, fine, it's fantastic you want to work with us. Please fill out the same forms that we've always had. Please go to the same office that we've always had, and just go through the same process. And somewhat it feels like if we don't manage to jump on this at this current event and someone else jumps on it, then okay, something else will come along, because that's what happened. I mean, we've had the luxury in Europe that we've always had these amazing innovations coming in a running rate. But I see in other regions how amazingly fast and swift they are jumping on these opportunities and creating, facilitating arenas for them to flourish. And if we get complacent and if we don't start to do things differently, because I mean we need to do something differently if we want to have another outcome, I think that we will be overtaken by other regions who are creating more innovative arenas.
Javier, would you agree to this? Is that the strength and weakness of Europe, do you think, or do you have other points?
Basically, I agree completely. What I found today in the first panel, second, I always have the understanding that Europe is very, very complex. Well, life is complex, the companies, the business is complex, but if you add additional complexity to the things, then it's difficult to run. And once you have a very complex organization running, it's very, very difficult even thinking on changing anything, because every change is very tricky. And then we will come again to what we were talking before. I mean, the roles of the states, of the policymakers, etc., to me, they look a little bit like the governance in the companies. And it's very, it can happen, it might be necessary, but the government should not try to manage the company. That differentiation, that debate, which is different in every company, as it is in is something that we have to keep. I mean, it's very important, a very good connection, very good dialogue, and but one has to set, let's say, the parameters or the vectors to follow, and the others have to execute and then be monitored, checked, etc. And with the complexity of the European Union, it's every country, every region. That's one of, I would not say it's necessarily a weakness, but everything that increases the complexity, it's not welcome by those who have to make things happen. And then it's that's sometimes the situation that through regulation, sometimes we want to address questions that might be better addressed by culture. And I think that that's one of the strengths we have. Europe has a very good culture about doing things, about quality, about probably we are not so quick in the big changes and transformations. That's something we should learn. But we have very good culture. We should rely, in my opinion, a little bit more on the culture. We are not going to do the things that should not be done. Someone will monitor us and check in when we are not doing things right. But I think that's the best way to run a very complex organization or a very, very complex world.
Yes, I think, again, talking about the agility and being able to strike that perfect balance between the support and the regulations, but also leave it a bit open for agility and culture, as you say, and creativeness. I thought we'd go also onto the question about supply chain and the pandemic. I was just thinking, Henrik, we were talking a bit about this also in the former panel debate here. What is your kind of experience and what have you learned from the situation in Europe and in Sweden during this very difficult time?
But I think this is a good question. You could address it from some different perspectives. But I mean, I think one, being then head of strategy for our company, I think that one learning is that never think that you can plan for everything, right? There are lots of unexpected things happening all the time, and that is, I think, something we need to make sure we have the agility and flexibility to handle. And now I hope we don't get too many more disasters coming in the near future, right? But for sure there will be things that we are not thinking of now that will for sure happen. Then I think that the other one is the extreme ability of our society to change very, very quickly. Into, I mean, first complete lockdowns, complete different ways of working, but then the maybe slower and consequences that we maybe didn't see from the start, which was a lot of supply chain crunches in the end, I think. And I fear that this is then the start of much less globalized world. I think we need to do our best to maintain also a globalized world, but we also need to be maybe more diversified than what we have been previously. I think also that for me it's very, very important that we don't let all the problems that we see should not stop the transition towards a sustainable society, right? We should not use the lack of natural gas as a reason to go back to coal. We should use it as a means to accelerate the transition towards more sustainable energy system. And I think that goes for many sectors. So that's what I would like to see coming out of this. And I would also think that actually that the business community shows a great strength in this and a great passion to actually continue this more sustainable journey.
Thank you so much. Cyrus, would you have any views on that particular question? Also, I can imagine that from Hitachi Sweden, your perspective, you also have the supply chain is really important for you. And what was the type of learnings that you think you brought with you from the pandemic kind of years? And as was said before, we don't know if it's completely over yet, but at least, yeah, things are going back to somewhat normal.
No, I think, I mean, Henrik probably touched upon all the right topics there. I mean, I saw that we really moved away from this globalized world. I mean, free trade is a tradition in Sweden. I think that the minister touched upon it, and for us as well. We operate all over the world, and that was a little bit disappointing to see that we moved towards the path that if I take care of my own borders, and I'm using borders as a wide definition, whether it's continent, country, municipality, or your home, but whatever I take care of my own, everything else will resolve itself. And we saw that that's not the case. Whether it was stockpiling vaccines, PPE, hand sanitizers, or even toilet papers, whatever we were trying to avoid, we ended up creating that catastrophe, more or less. So I really think that direction is something that we really need to come back from. If we want to take on a global challenge, we need to be a part of the global environment. That's just how it is, and it goes the same with sustainability. Then again, I really agree that we need to diversify. I mean, when we talk about the supply chain channels, they need to be diversified because, I mean, if we're gonna talk about these strategic materials, we sometimes, I think, have over-optimized to think that, okay, this is a simple product and it's cheap, then let's source it from wherever, and we just take it from this single supplier for it. But and single supplier can be a company, but it can be also two suppliers within the country or within the region. But if we suddenly don't have access to that region anymore, we need to be able to turn our attention somewhere else, and that's where I think that we need to be more diversified in our supply chain lanes. That's I think key to be able to be flexible and really take on challenges that will happen, whether it's a fire or a strike or a pandemic.
I think just also kind of connecting with that, this type of resilience, I think, that you're mentioning, to go back to innovation. I was just thinking, Christoph, if we could talk a little bit about innovation and also about resilience. From your perspective, what can we do going forward to make sure that we in Europe and in the world encourage innovation from this perspective and also work with our resilience?
I mean, first of all, I would echo what has been said. If you look upon how Europe did with the pandemic, it's a success story of an integrated, innovative, globalized European economy. Yes, there were shortages, but compared to what we were fearing, very small. We invented vaccination on the basis of technology. A large chunk of it has been created here in Europe and was scaled afterwards. I think, and that may sound a bit against the intuition, that the corona situation actually has shown what an innovative and connected European economy is capable of doing. And we should do anything not to move in the wrong direction now and say it's a proof point for a need to deglobalize or to change the overall business direction of Europe. What definitely is necessary, and I tend to differentiate between people asking for more robust supply chains, which I'm not so sure if that is the right notion to use, because it sounds like we create a stable environment in which we're going to be able to cope with any potential situation coming up. And it's very close to the concept of autarky, which has been mentioned here as well on stage already, which doesn't work. I mean, I think people who work in business and work in a globalized environment understand that autarky is not a concept that we should aim for because it's economically inefficient. It would create waste. What we need is more flexible supply chains. And that is something we have to discuss in terms of capacities that have to be fostered and built in Europe in certain areas. Semiconductor industry definitely is one of the topics. So that we are able to adapt to changing situations. When it comes to technology, I mean, if you look at the situation, Europe is technology-wise extremely powerful. With the established big players, some of them are represented here on stage, but also with the startup scene we have. And it's really important that the innovation power is further supported and motivated and enabled rather than stifled by regulation that again, maybe tries to anticipate future states without being able to really anticipate it. And the area of AI has been mentioned as one of the examples. Or by defining a certain path of technological change, which might be important for the next decade, or maybe even the next decades, but where you do not know if maybe afterwards you need again technologies that you might abolish now. I mean, the striking example is always that for sure e-mobility is the key mode we're going to need in order to drive mobility into the sustainable age. But at the same time, we're going to need alternative technologies such as the fuel cell, for example, and even the optimized internal combustion engine in some areas, because there is no alternative to use it. If we will not have very powerful fuel cells long term, and maybe in between very clean and optimized internal combustion engines, there will be no harvesters running, which will harvest the crop that we need in order to bake bread, for example. So when you ask me about the innovative power of Europe, I'm not so much afraid about the minds and the ingenuity of the people. I'm more afraid of wrong attempts to too much in detail anticipate what future need of technology might be, and then to find out, oh gosh, this is not what we anticipated, and now there is a situation that we have to cope with. And as we are sitting here, and that also has been mentioned before, we are in a situation that nobody has anticipated. And that leads us to thinking about, are there maybe alternative ways to warm our houses, to fuel our cars, to run our productions? Those black swans, human-induced or not, will occur more often in the future. And so we should keep the array of technology that we can use to deal with it as broad as we possibly can, and not stifle ourselves by reducing too much. That would be my biggest hope. There's so much potential in Europe.
That's a really kind of interesting comment, I think. I'm sure everybody heard about, for example, a black swan, things that you didn't expect to happen and then it happened. That's the ash cloud over Iceland is, for example, an example for that. So when it comes to the technology black swans, so to speak, you think that maybe keeping quite open and quite dynamic and quite broad, and maybe also then expecting lots of different things, that could be an answer? Or how do you expect us to be prepared for that?
First of all, to keep open-minded. Many of the things that we use today on a daily basis, and the iPhone is the very often quoted example, has not been dreamt of even 10 years ago. Roughly. People maybe had the vision that could work, but we didn't use it big time, and now everybody has it. That should make us humble in anticipation of technology usage, definitely, I guess, from a regulatory perspective, which doesn't say we should not think about potential regulation. I think what Commissioner Vestager with her team did in finding good boundaries for the application of AI, for example, is a good example for appropriate regulation. But at the same time, there's a certain risk that if we think we are able to anticipate in timeframes of decades technological leapfrogging, then we're going to miss the point, because this is just not possible. There is no crystal ball. The only thing we can do is we can induce innovation in society and motivate people to come up with new products and new ideas, give them also an opportunity to have a profitable business being built upon it in the market environment in which we create, and then make the appropriate use of the technologies if they arrive. And for sure, if there is extreme developments that needs regulatory approaches, then politics has all rights to step in. But to regulate before you even know the potential is maybe the wrong step. And there's a certain tendency to over-predict what societal or environmental effect a certain technology potentially might have, which can be a risk, I think.
Thank you. That's a really good point. And I think we can talk quite a lot about both the innovation and sustainability and competitiveness from that perspective. What is it there? What is it in the future that we can expect? I thought that we would come back to where we started. We talked about specifically around sustainability and sustainable competition. So I'll come back to you in a little bit. I'll give you a bit of a pre-warning that when we end, I'm going to ask you to have another comment. We started with that, but if you want to raise something that you didn't raise during the discussion, you'll have the opportunity to do so. But before we do so, I'd also like to get the opportunity to ask the audience if you have questions. So we have time for a couple of questions. I think that's important that we take that time and make use of this very distinguished panels. So if you do have a question, if you could first say who you are and then ask your question. We have a couple of colleagues here that have roaming microphones. So if you do have a question, please raise your hand and you will get one of those microphones. Let's see if we have any questions in the audience. Yes, please. If we have a microphone to the front here, that would be lovely.
Thank you very much. My name is Malte Lohan. I'm Director General of Orgalim, so I take advantage of no one else asking a question to do so. And I'm just curious whether the way that the Commission Executive Vice President outlined the Commission's ambition around resilience, around competitiveness, around innovation, whether that resonates with you in the way that you would expect. And if there are any points in the conversation that you heard from her that you feel were missing, you know, that you point those out, and we try to assemble what it is that our community together wants to bring back to the Commissioner as well.
Thank you. Anybody that would like to take that question? For example, Henrik, would you mind to giving?
I can start because I mean I think that there are a lot of good things in what the Commissioner was saying. For sure, there are lots of good things, and I think that that's what I feel in general, that the intention of the Commission is normally very, very good, right? And then it comes to the implementation, and sometimes it becomes a little bit complex. That's at least from representing a company from my perspective. I think that the taxonomy is a great example, which has I think a brilliant ambition to make it clearer what is really sustainable and what is not sustainable. But when we sit with it in a practical, it's a lot of work to come up with a number, which happens to be 48%. But we can't really say what this number means, or we cannot at this point even compare it to something, right? So I think that would be my wish for the implementation of this, that we get a clear direction setting. We want to move in this direction, and well, we don't want to have emissions from transport, for example. I think that is a clear direction that you can set. But then to go in and explain exactly how that should happen, no, please don't do that. Please let the market, and you elaborated a lot on the different technologies. We don't know which one will be the best right now. It looks like batteries will be winning, but maybe not so in a few years. We don't know. And I think that is what we need to leave up to the market. So that would be my main wish to the Commission, that make sure that you're super clear on these long-term strategies. You can also push with more harder measures sometimes, but don't get into too much of the details.
Cyrus, what's your views?
No, I think I can echo what Henrik is saying and what everyone has been said. And I think as soon as you take a long-term perspective and try to define how we should get there, I mean, there are so many moving parts that we really don't know how they will develop. I mean, even if we take such an established industry like the movie industry and music industry, if you would have said 30 years ago, paint the path of the future, I don't think anyone would have explained Spotify and Netflix and all these solutions. That's just, if they would have probably developed it. So I think that's the issue. If we try to say how we will reach the destination, then we will limit innovation. Then we will limit agility. Like you said, it becomes very hard work to maybe meet some of these processes. So I'm all for high ambitions. I'm all for the real joint purpose to move forward together. But I think if we do that define, then we will not reach the goal.
Thank you, Cyrus. And Christoph,
I mean, it cannot be said often enough. I'm not sure if you share that and the people in the room share it here. Vestager actually is great, and we can be happy to have her. And for the dossiers she's fully in charge of, I would say. It's actually not that the frame or the direction has to be corrected. Sometimes it's just not fast enough, or the resources could be a bit bigger behind it, or there's details where I would think, well, you could go in a slightly different direction. But overall, I don't have a problem with that. But there are other dossiers which are driven at the moment. The taxonomy one has been mentioned. I mean, just to give you a flavor of it, the e-axle we produce and sell as an e-axle in itself, an integrated e-mobility device, needs tons of paper to be declared green. While when it is built into a car, which is sold by an OEM, it's green per definition, with only with a single piece of paper being signed. Or the corporate social responsibility reporting directive, which at the moment potentially foresees that every single subsidiary of a company needs a specific reporting. We have 440 subsidiaries, and by the way, they need two reportings, a financial reporting and a sustainability reporting from two different auditors. I mean, that stuff, and I'm sure I always believe in human reason, it will not happen. At the end, someone will come and say, oh, let's forget about that. But there is some areas in which there's just overshooting energy of willingness to regulate, which is not really balanced well with what fits with the actual situation we are in. And what I like so much about the panel today, it shows that in order to achieve what at the moment is specific in terms of climate change is of such paramount importance, sustainability, we have to ensure also innovation and competitiveness. If we kill innovation and competitiveness, there will be no sustainability. And there, sometimes, I mean, I'm not a politician and not in Brussels, it looks like they have trouble themselves to come to grips with an integrated position that really balances the different positions that are necessary to get through that difficult phase, I guess.
Yeah. No, thank you. Javier, do you want to add anything to that?
Just, I mean, it's difficult to add anything else, or unless you have 2 hours to talk about it. But I think that the motivation, I mean, the qualification of the people in the Commission is very high. They're very intelligent. They know what they're talking about, and they do a very good description of what, which is fantastic. The problem is when we come to how. And then is when I love the example of the minister when they say, okay, the two parts negotiating, they reached an agreement, and they said, these are the conditions where we think things could go on. And then they brought them to the parliament, and they got the whatever law, etc. And that's a very nice, I mean, I would like to see that very often. Say, okay, what do we want? Which is the problem? And of course, the Commission has the view and the information to make a good definition of the problem or the challenge or the opportunity. But then I would say that we need much more communication. I think Rada said it before, a lot of communication in order to know which are the consequences of the actions that they are let's say, proposed. And then I think we have to also to be very quick in the analysis, the response, and very effective looking which is the general option, because sometimes also the industry comes to go to very detailed question I want the Commission to address. And probably we have to improve. I found the example was very good. And I think the attitude is fantastic. And sometimes they work too much on the how. And they should give us a little bit more, and we should work out how we can help to get a good regulation, because we need the regulation. That's clear.
So I think that's coming back to a point where it's important to consult from both sides, really, and also that communication and partnership that I think also was mentioned in the former panel to create that type of collaboration. That's excellent. I thought we'd now round up with a couple of words on this particular subject, the path to sustainability and competitiveness at the same time, you could say. If I could just go around the speakers, and if you could just give me a couple of more thoughts before we break up this panel, that would be lovely. Cyrus, would you mind starting?
Sure. I think, like we've said now, the issues is that we can't limit one of these three. They all have to go hand in hand, and they all have to be enablers for each other. And regulations, I don't see them as an issue, but if we can have the humbleness to both from our sides in enterprises, but also from the regulatory sides, to have the discussion, to iterate what you just said, to see that if we got something wrong, then we need to change it and be swift about it, not have these perhaps egos that maybe us on the enterprise think that we've done something perfectly, or on the other side. We have to be open-minded and find solutions together. Otherwise, we will stifle one of them or all of them, since they go hand in hand. So I think that's it. We need to make sure that they all go hand in hand and not sacrifice any of them.
Well, thank you very much. Henrik, would you like to go next?
Yeah, I think a lot of good things have been said here, but I think maybe one reflection that I had is that, I mean, we see sustainability as a very broad topic, right? But we talk a lot about decarbonization as one topic, and here I think that the whole energy transition is at the center, so not to forget that. And the other angle, I think, is circularity, which is to some extent linked, but I think circularity is a topic not to be missed here, because I think there is a lot of opportunity in the circularity. And then if I can have just my final reflection, then is also on the competence or the access to skills. I think that is something that we see across all the countries where we operate, actually, that it's increasingly difficult to get access to the right people. So that, I think, is something where also the governments and the EU could be supportive in education systems and making sure we get more skilled engineers out there.
Well, thank you so much. And I think that was a subject that was also very important at our last panel.
Yes.
How do we do this, and how do we continue to do this in a really good way? Thank you. Christoph, what would you like to add?
Well, I guess everybody who listened to us today understood it's not about competitiveness despite sustainability, it's about competitiveness because of sustainability. The problem is a time problem. Because the status of being sustainable as a business, as the business community in Europe, will make us extremely competitive. And not only that, it will help to change the planet. But in order to get into the state of being sustainable as a company or as a national economy, you have to take people on a journey. And to your point, that's actually what gives us sometimes the biggest headache, to make sure that we do not overwhelm people with the changes that come for their life, with the changes that come for their work, their job. Yes, training opportunities is great and people embrace it, but it also creates fears and reluctance. So we should not forget, that would be actually my signal at the end, about the people. We have to get on a journey in order to make this successful. This is not an elite project. This is about actually the people in the factories who have to drive it. And for them, it's sometimes much tougher to deal with it in their daily life and daily business than for us making management decisions.
Well, thank you very much. Javier.
Well, again, it's difficult, but I would say that the companies, we can rush, we can run because we are agile, whatever. But I think that the view of the country, the EU, should be a little bit more long-term and more focused on rhythm. I mean, if you start very rapidly with many changes at the same time, which are very tricky, it's very common that you get injured. And then it takes longer. So kind of let's start, not stop, not wait till someone has the big idea and knows the future. But we know the direction, start moving, prepare the things, and then focus on getting the best rhythm possible. And then for that you need everyone to do at least its effort. But I think that sometimes we are kind of, we have an objective and we go for it in a rush. And this is a long-term run. And then I think that we should all be pushing for getting the appropriate rhythm. And in there, we will be providing good results, because we have, as I said before, and we said before, everyone have a good culture, a good track record, and we have all the components. It's a kind of we want to be excellent. Sometimes, at least in Spain, we like criticizing everything. If I had to take a picture, I would say, I mean, the situation is not horrible. I mean, it's not the Commission doesn't know what to do, and we are on. No, it's quite good, but we need to be excellent, because we have very, very hard competitors in China, in the US, everywhere. So we are searching for excellence, and that we have to remind it, because if not, it looks like we do everything wrong, and we do things quite right. But we want to be excellent, and I think that therefore we need to collaborate, which is one of the strong points of the European culture today. We are better collaborating than any other competitive area in the world today, and we have to get profit of it. That's my thinking.
Well, thank you, Javier. I think that was excellent closing remarks for this panel. So a big applaud for our panel. Thank you. Thank you so much. And just a little bit of a symbolic gift on your way out. Just making sure that we, thank you so much. Thank you, Christoph. Thank you so much. I would like just to say that this was the closing of the second panel discussion. We will have a cup of coffee now. We'll get back here in the room at 3:45. Then we'll go looking for the Swedish X innovation factor, if there is such a one. We'll have 4 different people coming both from SME startup community, but also research community, to discuss this particular topic, but also what we discussed so far here. And I will give you at the very end my favorite Swedish joke. So please keep tuned. Thank you so much, and see you back soon. So I will kind of use what I've used so far. I will do a clap if you can hear me. Excellent, very good, thank you. So now we've come to the last session of this conference, and that is a little bit of a new subject, because now we are looking to go and see if we can find that answer. Sweden has been very successful when it comes to innovation. It's number 2 globally on the global index, specifically focusing on innovation. And the question now, is there something special with that? Is there an X factor to Swedish innovation? And with me on the stage, I have now a distinguished panel. So again, could we give them a big warm applause? We are talking about a country, Sweden, that used to be very strong in forestry and iron. And ABBA, remember ABBA? Today, it is Klarna, Northvolt, Spotify. It's a transition in many ways, both of industry and specifically focusing on innovation. So we'll kind of speak to our speakers today, and we'll ask them about their views. But I will also do a little bit kind of special thing when I introduce them. I will use something called a quick fire question. So I ask them a couple of quick questions, and they will kind of respond really rapidly. And then I'd like them to go in and talk specifically about both their company, where they're from, themselves, and about this cool X innovation factor. That's what we're looking to do. At the end of this session, we will also open for questions. So Giovanni Fili, founder and CEO of Exager. Are you ready for the specific quick-fire questions?
Shoot.
Yes, excellent. Work or play?
Play.
Coffee or tea?
Tea.
Facts or fiction?
Fiction.
Student or teacher?
Teacher.
Rap or rock?
Rock.
Would you rather fly or have super strength?
Fly.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. Please do give some introduction and your thoughts.
Yeah, well, thank you for inviting me. Can I change? I want to say student instead of teacher.
Oh, you can change.
Yeah. Because I'm a very curious person.
Yeah.
Too late.
And I'm and in my position, in my job, in my life, the ones of you who know me say that I will always try and choose both when I get these questions. How can I have both? So I would like to say both. Anyway, why am I here? Well, we have invented a new energy source, a new solar cell. We are what many people refer to as a deep tech company. For me, that means a company based on many years of solid science, preferably in the natural sciences space, and a breakthrough, even better. So our innovation is based on a new nanomaterial, actually a set of nanomaterials breakthrough innovations that we did during 2009, 2010. We were housed, I will sort of spoil a little bit. we were at the time in a small lab together with RISE, one of RISE's daughter companies. We had 23 square meters of lab. And we invented something that when we realized, we invented a new material, we made a component with, and we made a solar cell with. And then my co-scientific founder, Henrik, he said, you know, I got good news and bad news. Good news is this is probably the best solar cell in the world. I said, what? Yeah, and he showed me the data, and we measured, and I was like, this is sick. It's flexible, it's super durable, it can look like, can you see, Austin? So it can look like plastic, it can look like leather, it can look like textile, brushed steel, wood, almost anything. And we print this solar cell in any form, shape, dimension. We can do different colors. It will work under any illumination, indoor and outdoor, regardless of the angle of the incident light. I said, okay, that's pretty good, and it's very cost efficient. And it doesn't contain any toxic materials. And we have 0 emissions as well from the factory. So, okay. So where's the candid camera, right? What's the catch? He said, well, there's a small problem. So what's that? Well, there's no machine to manufacture the nanomaterials that I made by hand, okay? And there's no machine to take those materials and make the component. I did that by hand as well, okay? And there's no machine to manufacture the actual solar cell either. Okay. He said, what do you think? I said, let's do it. And here we are, almost 15 years later. We're now 1.8 billion crowns later. Cheap if you look internationally. We're 229 people. We have built one factory close to where we started at the Royal Institute of Technology. We're now building the second factory, which will be one of the largest, maybe the largest solar cell factories in Europe, also here in Stockholm. People ask me, why are you building it in Stockholm? The answer is always, because I can. You would all love to build a factory here if you could, because we have an extremely strong industrial heritage. We have good respect for IP, and we have an ecosystem of brilliant people, sub-suppliers, and large companies that we can look to and get help from. And we are all, I think, somewhat children of this sort of innovation system that we will talk about today. And I'm a proof that the Swedish innovation system works. I've been through all the small steps, Innovationsbron, Vinnova, Nordic Innovation Council, the Swedish Energy Agency, European Union, and last year we won the award Best Innovator of the Year from the European Patent Office. We've been awarded Best Industrial Project the last 20 years by the European Union. A lot of bragging here. But so we have so much scientific proof. This is crazy. It's the 4th commercial solar cell in the world after more than 100 years of research. And now we are commercial. Since last October, we started shipping. Headphone, our solar cell is the headband. Since October last year, no one has, as far as I know, no one has charged their headphone. They will charge indoor and outdoor, providing you with eternal battery life. Or maybe they will add more functionality to the device. Why not the GPS, find my headphone, or smaller battery, or lighter things, whatever they want to do, next level elements in it. We offer increased functionality without compromising the original DNA of the product that made it sell to start with. This year, 1 billion headphones are sold. 420 million helmets are sold. 350 million wireless speakers are sold. Many cool bags are sold. Billions of remote controls, sensors, home alarm things. Anything with a battery will power it for you. Okay? Do you understand what we do? Great. I think I will stop there. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Giovanni. So I'll go to our next speaker. That is the CEO of RISE, Pia Sandvik. Are you ready for your quick fire questions?
Sure.
Excellent. You're not going to change your mind like Giovanni did?
I will pick both, because I have the same opinion as Giovanni. But why choose if you have to?
Okay. Summer or winter?
Summer.
Morning or evening?
Both. I never sleep. So.
Salty or sweet?
Sweet.
Physical strength or mental strength?
Both.
But I
like to train a lot.
Okay. Cats or dogs?
Dogs.
Cannonball into the pool or dip a toe first in?
Oh, I only dip the toe.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. Please give a warm applause to Pia.
I'm so glad to be here. I'm very honored for that. I was thinking, we are almost 3,000 employees at RISE. We do applied research and innovation, and I gather us as a startup. And that's totally a different story, but still we are a startup, because we've had a merging process in Sweden of a lot of research institutes coming together to one, with a lot of small, very sector-focused, very specific company, industry-focused institutes that worked in downpipes. In 2014, we started a process in Sweden because these were mainly owned sometimes by state or sometimes by industry. And they said, we need one large research institute in Sweden that can really be an actor in the transformation for increased sustainability and digitalization and all the challenges. And then you can't work in downpipes anymore. But imagine that we have come from 35 institutes to 1. It's only 2 years ago that we have 1 business administration system, 1 customer system. We are still working to get our processes together. At 2016, when we merged the main part of all these institutes, nobody knew about RISE. Today, 52% know about RISE in all relevant target groups. We are number 1 in employer branding for young engineers. I think that innovation is created in the intersection between different knowledge areas and between research areas. And I think that has become even more relevant because you need to transform knowledge from different areas in order to really create something new. And there are also a lot of technologies, like, for example, digitalization, that you have to imply it everywhere, actually, in different forms, of course, but you need this knowledge everywhere. And that is still one of the challenges within RISE, because we want to create this innovation. We need to build on very, very deep competence in research. At the same time, we have to get these researchers to work together, cross-functional, to really find the solutions that challenge the industry of today. We are now totally state-owned. We have only 1 mission, and that is to increase the competitiveness of industry. In the last research bill, we also had the mission to work with public sector as well, in order to get public sector to support the competitiveness of industry. If you're familiar with technology readiness levels, we work with around 4 to 6. And we have 2 important assets in our organization. Of course, it's all the researchers and their innovation capacity, their mindset of creating new solutions all the time. The other one is our technology infrastructure. Because if there's something that we can see that you really need to do now is to fasten the industrialization processes. They have to be much shorter. And often these investments in these facilities are very, very huge. So this is a way to share risk. And even for large companies, we are building an electromobility lab now. It's actually an IPK, if you're familiar with that, where we can test batteries and powertrains and things like that. And they're all the 4 automotive companies in Sweden are there to share the risk together with the government. But these different type of facilities are also important for SMEs. And if there's something I can see that is a challenge also for the future, is to build up more of flexible infrastructures, where startups can come and say, I need this, I want it in 3 weeks. I will probably use it for 3 weeks, then I want something else. To be much faster in order to fasten up these processes. We can see now some really huge things that work together. First of all, it's green transition, the combination of sustainability. I would say that almost everything that creates competitiveness today is connected to sustainability. And the other thing that is an enabler is digitalization. And those 2 work really tight together. The other thing is that you can't be in a round table discussion at all and not discuss competence. The competitiveness of talents globally. We are building up a totally new industry in Sweden connected to battery, the whole of Europe are. Where should all these competencies come from? From top-level engineers to people that can do manufacturing. We haven't had that in Sweden, not in Europe, for a long time. And they need it now, not tomorrow, now, or actually yesterday. So this is really working fast, really, really fast. And the other thing is that you also need to work much more with circulation. Not once, twice. Because all these metals and things and materials that will be needed to use so many times. So I'm really glad to say that for the first time, we have an ecosystem in Sweden where we have basic research, we have the industry that scales up, that do a lot of innovation, and we have a research institute that sort of can bridge the gap. I don't like to be a bridge, but we can still bridge the gap with knowledge and do applied research in order to fasten up the competitiveness of Sweden. So I'm really glad to be here, and I'm so glad that we met outside in the lobby, and I realized that you started this RISE. So I said I have to do an interview to put on my website.
Thank you so much, Pia. And now we're moving on to Konrad Bergström, founder and president of Exsure. Are you ready for your quick-fire questions? Excellent.
Ready, steady, go.
Yes. Excellent. Let's see here then. Ocean or mountains?
Ocean.
Classical art or modern art?
Art.
Another way of saying both, right? Calls or texts?
Text.
Sweater or hoodie?
Hoodie.
Cardio or weights?
I try cardio, but I'm better than weights.
Fair enough. The last but not least, telepathy or teleporting?
Teleporting.
Ooh, well, thank you so much. Konrad, please go ahead and present yourself.
And I don't know if I'm good at listening or not good at listening, but I organized a little presentation here. So my name is Konrad Bergström, born in Sweden, moved outside of Sweden already when I was 16 to become a professional windsurfer in New Zealand. It worked not so good, but I came back home and started a sound company called Sound Industries, where we changed headphones into fashion technology. So I took the licensee for Marshall, but also invented a lot of names like Urban Ears, Coloud, Molami as well. And we sold 20 million products in 10 years in 130 countries. And what we did with Marshall is that we took it from the stage to the crowd, because basically they were only selling to one person on the stage, you know, not the drummer and so on, only the guitar. And some rock bands have maybe 3, but it was still a very little audience compared to all the fans that was out in the crowd. And I don't know why it's doing 2 slides at a time, but we made headphones, we made speakers, and it was all the slogan, long live rock and roll. But I have a passion for the oceans, like I said. I started off with windsurfing and then a lot of wave surfing, and my grandmother is a fisherman and or a fisherwoman, but she's from a fisherman's family. And I saw the seas change. So after I sold that company, I wanted to make change. So you all know about the facts of the ocean, where you're using it as a dump. You're putting a lot of shit into the water with plastics, with fumes, with oils, whatever. You know, we thought that it was just going to be good, but it doesn't. So I'm now doing electric boats called Exsure. We are the leading brand within this category. We're selling to... We shipped boats to 3 continents, but we're available globally. And it's quite an innovation. So I have a little movie to show. Oh, now it's starting to work. But I'm going to jump over that. So the purpose of all this.
The ocean, the beginning of all life. Today, we are witnessing the ocean's destruction. We face an urgent situation that demands for a change in our thinking and actions. We need to stop damaging our life support system. United, we have the power and knowledge to restore the nature and give it back to our children. Let's start our sustainable journey here, today, together.
You can live out of the sea, but we have to treat it nice. We have to be respectful and we have to live in collaboration. That's why I'm making the electric boats. And I think this is what it takes to let Mother Earth help us and get the sea back to how it should be, full of life.
Exure was built on 3 pillars: design, technology, and sustainability. And we have kept building on those, and I'm proud to say today all 3 is deeply ingrained in the company's DNA.
It all made sense to think of the energy efficiency. To be on the water without noise and fumes would just create the ultimate experience.
Ridiculous. I'm sorry.
Our boats have always been about more than just traveling from point A to point B. It is meant to be a social boat where we can hang out, we can meet up with friends, and we can really interact with the water.
We all need to react now. It is the small steps together that will make the big impact. Thank you.
So, Konrad, I'm going to ask you a little bit of a follow-up question before I turn to Stefan, and that is, I mean, this X factor when it comes to innovation. Do you have a thought on that you'd like a position, you'd like to put it out at the very beginning here?
I mean, first, it's a lot of talented people out there. It's a lot of, there is a culture of building global brands since a very long time back. And, you know, I remember when we came with Sound, you know, which is Sweden's quickest growing company in history when it comes with profitability. We grow with 11,000% over the first 3 years. If we wouldn't have been from Stockholm or Sweden, we wouldn't have got the trust. We had people, we knew how to design the product, but you've seen good design products, but they had trust in us in the technology, in us being businessmen, us, you know, going to ship the products even if we were a new company, they could send them, transfer the money beforehand. And if we would have been from another or many other countries, we wouldn't have got that trust and we wouldn't have been able to grow so quick. On the other hand, you know, like this boat is, you know, the water has a density of 784 times. So, and it takes so much more energy to make something go in the water. And then you have the stress from, you know, electricity and water doesn't go together. It's the first thing you learn in school, right? Or if you play, you can have a real waking up if you're in the bathroom. But there is technologies like the IP certifications and so on. And so we had a very high level of engineers to build this boat here. We couldn't have done it in another country, I would say.
Thank you so much. And now we'll go over to Stefan Ytterborn, who is founder and CEO of Cake. Are you ready for your quick-fire questions?
Shoot.
Excellent. Introvert or extrovert?
Extrovert.
Houseboat or yacht?
Houseboat, I guess. Sounds interesting.
Gold or silver?
Silver.
Street smarts or book smarts?
Street smart.
Driving or flying? That might be a little bit of a strange
flying.
question. Travel to the past or travel to the future?
Future.
Ah, excellent. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Stefan, please go ahead and make your introduction.
Yeah, all right. I happen to be in the space of developing and commercializing electric motorcycles. And I need to admit that I'm not a motorcyclist. I'm the kind of guy that do this when there's a Ducati passing by in the street because I think it's disturbing and annoying and I'm like, get out of here. But what happened was during my previous business, a company named POC, developing protection for gravity sports athletes, showing at the ISPO show in Munich every year. I ran into one of those electric motorcycles maybe 10 years ago, early stage, and I'm like, this is interesting, being able to get out in the backcountry without disturbing or without polluting. So I got one of those bikes. And I just, the passion was abnormal. I had another one, 2 summers later, I had 15 bikes from different brands around the world with my friends, riding these bikes with a common kind of amazing, attraction to the experience. So I had anything from world-class MX riders getting back to me saying, hey, Stefan, it's amazing. It's more like flying or skiing in the woods without the need for skis or snow. And I'd say that the most, the clearest kind of signs to myself, pointing at this is going to change the motorcycling culture, was when I had young women trying these bikes for the first time. The beauty is that thanks to the general technology and the electric drivetrain is that you don't need to change gears or clutch. So as long as you can keep the balance of a bike like that, you can basically, if you can ride a bike, you can get on one of these. And these young women, for the first time, throwing a leg over the bike, helmets on, goggles on, boots on, and idling away really slow. You can preset riding modes too, so it's not really scary, on riding mode 1, and then getting back to me after 20 minutes, high speed, sliding in front of me saying, hey, Stefan, this is the most amazing thing I've done in my life. That's when I started realizing that this is definitely against and for what I believed in, which is against the roaring, macho, aggressive, excluding, attributes of motorcycling. So that was one thing. I didn't decide on starting a business back then. It was like passion. Anyhow, what happens over time is that I start, having developed products throughout my whole career in different, shapes and forms and from different companies that I founded and led. And I started looking at how they were really, developed, or how they were made, how they were engineered. And none of the bikes back then were optimized to support the character of the electric drivetrain. They were all gasoline geeks making motorcycles full of, with the past, the backpack of the gasoline culture with them. And what they did was, simply swapping the combustion engine with an electric drivetrain and batteries. The consequence of that, using the same geometry, kinematics, sizing, and so forth, meant that they needed to put on tons of battery cells to establish a certain level of performance compared to the former gasoline vessel. I kind of looked at it differently and said, motorcycling industry has been not as quick in terms of innovation as the cycling industry has the past 20 years when it comes to manufacturing, material, construction, and so forth. And that's where I have that's an industry that I know all about. So by using what I knew from the cycling industry, building something super light, and instead of putting these numbers of battery cells onto the vessel, I could reduce the number of battery cells used, still supporting the level of performance. So the first bike that we launched back in 2018, similar to this platform here, is a bike that weighs 69 kilos versus a similar combustion engine bike, performance-wise, at 110 kilos. And the former pre-runners in the electric field ended up at 160, 170, 180 kilos. This was the magic kind of boom for us as a brand and what we're doing. Now, getting back to why we're in this business, I loved it. There's a huge transition going on. I think that I'll bore you with a few facts during this another half hour in terms of how this category, the business is booming, primarily in urban landscapes around the world. But the proof is in the pudding. Buying a great product without cheating, without any shortcutting, and actually achieving the level of performance in this case and relevancy through technology, not known by myself, but as a bartender, making sure that you actually use the best ingredients that there would be around, and making this new cocktail based on top, I'd say, insight, competence, and so forth around the world, and not at least, I agree with you guys, I wouldn't have been able to do it elsewhere than here in Sweden, actually, with this pace. Anyhow, what I wanted to share going forward is the fact that, I will get back to it, but I want to share a beautiful story which is not going to support our ability to actually, in terms of revenues and profitability, reach the general goals that we do have. But this is something that happens if you're lucky and when there's a product which is relevant. This product here is a product and a consequence of a good friend these days of mine. There's a friend of mine calling me saying that I've had this other friend, and he's an African hobbyist, and he wants to come by your country house and ride the bike. And I'm like, I don't know what an African hobbyist is all about, but send him along. And this guy Anton shows up, and we go out riding, and he gets back, and he's like, wow, Staffan, this is amazing. It's quiet, and the feeling of a roller coaster in the middle of nowhere, it's absolutely amazing. I'm an African hobbyist. Yes, I heard. What is all that about? And he was like, I'm into conservation in Africa. And today, the anti-poachers chasing the poachers, they're using motorbikes. The issue is that those motorbikes, being combustion engine bikes, they're super loud and noisy. So the poachers, they hear these guys 45 minutes away. So they're like, okay, they're coming, pack up and leave. So the level of efficiency in catching these poachers is zero. The next big issue here is that to get the gasoline to fill the bikes, they basically fly in with helicopters or truck in gasoline to the middle of nowhere. From a environmental perspective, it's a disaster. And he says that, hey, Staffan, if you can make us a bike that will actually promote the ability to be used in the African geography and landscape with rain and mud and swamps and whatever it might be and heat, together with the opportunity of being to charge these bikes with solar panels in the field, we would have the perfect solution. Chasing the poachers and charging these bikes by solar power. Said and done, we contacted our good friends in America, GoZero, and got this all together, did a bit of development, and now we've got about 20 of these bikes in a collaboration together with Southern African Wildlife College to promote the next generation or the new era of anti-poaching in Africa. We might be selling another 100 bikes to national parks and whatever, but the beauty of the times that we're in, innovation, solar power, and increasing the level of efficiency by that is just, I'm just extremely honored to be, being able to be a part of something like that. Short story or something, but anyhow, that's me, Staffan.
Thank you. I thought we'd start with a couple of questions now to you all. So, you pick up on the question if you think it's interesting to respond to. But it's something that really goes also to the grain or the source, what you've been talking about now. I couldn't help kind of bringing this. Henry Ford supposedly said, if I'd asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. So my question is, how in this process do you disconnect from what you know and what people expect and think out of the box in that way that I think all of you are doing? So do you have any thoughts on how that process, how that happens?
I don't know, I guess you're kind of a little bit of cycle. Because, I mean, if you look at what we have done, it takes typically 10 to 15 years to develop like a true deep tech company to a full industrial level, if you succeed. The probability of success is much, much lower than inventing a new cancer medicine. It's like almost impossible. You need a lot of money. So how do you get investors on board? You know what? I'm going to try something that only 3 other companies ever did in the history of solar power, including the US government, all the European governments, and so on and so forth. And yeah, so can you please invest money, and it might work in 10, 15 years. It's like, to even think about that, I think you need to disconnect. You need to focus on the future. You need to focus on, okay, what can we do? If this works, what's the world going to look like? And when I started the company, My first slogan was Exeter, democratizing energy. Because for me, it was about taking this technology and putting it on skyscrapers. Because we can also make the solar cell transparent, like a normal solar film, right, in facades. And I figured, okay, if I can put this on a facade where you have solar shading film anyway today to prevent from heat, and it costs 4 times more to cool a room than heat, you know, all this stuff. So I figured, okay, in the future, if we can succeed with all this, when I build my skyscraper in Dubai, I will have 10 companies offering on the tender to build the facade. They will own the facade. I will buy the clean power. They will ship the excess, transfer the excess power out on the grid. And suddenly, if you have 50 facades, you're a virtual power plant. That's interesting. Smash monopoly. That's cool. Democratizing. And then I thought, okay, how can I bring this to people? Because I think in the future, energy will be free. It's all about which tool do you use to harvest, right? So we want to create environmentally friendly, something cheap. And I figured, okay, this is a beautiful vision. I have some other stuff I can share with you. But what do I tell people today? How do I make them invest in the journey? So I had to find different pit stops along the way. Say, okay, you will invest in my company. We will do this and these things together. And within 1 or 2 years, you will have your investment back, not from the company succeeding yet, but on the way, we will do things together that will benefit you, your brand, your knowledge level, your employees, your position in your category, whatever it is, marketing, stuff like that. So I had to find ways to bring value along the way, which we did.
So it sounds like there is a great vision, there is some really kind of strong persistence and partnerships. That's part of what...
Definitely, definitely. I mean, our first investor was a facade company. I told them, you should invest in our company. They're like, okay, we're a 105-year-old family company. We never invested 1 crown in anything else. I said, well, it's about time. I told them, you invest in our company, you will know we're going to be around for 2 years, maybe 3 even, with this budget. And we will teach you about glass. We will be with you on the large trade fairs, talk about the future of smart glass. We will help you when you're looking at tenders for the public tenders. We will help you have the sustainability angle and the deep scientific angle to it. You will stand together with us. When I'm talking with the minister of, Annie Lööf, when she was environmental, we had all these connections. And to kick this off, we'll arrange 1 full page in Dagens Industri, which you will never get otherwise. So if you can land 1 big deal thanks to this repositioning in your glass industry here in Sweden, yeah, our whole investment will be brought back. Exactly. And what do you think happened? So for them it was like, okay, so we have our whole investment back. We are now considered #1 in the glass industry. We are chairman in the Glass Association in Sweden. We are arranging large seminars for the industry, talking about the future of smart glass. And we landed a couple of big deals. We got our investment back, and we're the 3rd largest owner in Exeter, which will be Sweden's largest industrial company going forward. Okay, pretty good. And we're a much more attractive employer, so we can attract better talents to the previous people here. I mean, to become an even better company.
Oh, that sounds really like a true partnership. Stefan, did you have a similar process? I mean, you've done several companies.
Yeah, strategy is good, execution is better. I'd say that it's about having a clear target about how you want to achieve things or what you're about to achieve. But the way there is actually very surprising in an interesting way. Because you bump into things you learn as you move and you lay the track at high speed. And was it a similar journey? Hard to say. They're all different journeys, but you need to embrace change. I think that's the most important learning I've had so far.
It's an interesting comment, because I have another question that I will tie into this, and I will ask you, Konrad, because it's also the question, what's most important, the brilliant idea or the founder's passion? And it's not the quick-fire question, so you can say both.
I think it's a combination. In the beginning, no one else sees the brilliancy in the idea. It's something that you need to have a really good pitch to explain, and there is so many ideas, so it's a lot about the execution, but it's also about telling the right story. So I have a saying that you should question the wheel, but you don't have to invent it. And you know, some stuff you do exactly the same as the others, and then you spice it up with some innovation. But sometimes innovative companies try to innovate everything. And I've been like half, you know, I make a boat, but it's a total new electric drivetrain that is much more efficient than a combustion engine. And at the same time, we did a much smarter design of the boat that is also building the brand. With the headphones, we were piggybacking on the smartphone, you know, the mobile phone, the analog mobile phone getting smart, and I understood that everybody was going to have all their music and consume media in a totally different way, and I understood that headphones is going to be the next big thing, or at least I couldn't go in and make smartphones at that time. We did that later. But we didn't succeed with that. We could have succeeded. I still think that we could succeed on that, but we were not brave enough. So it's different, but still, you know, when we launched the boat in 2018, my idea came up 1996. You know, I trademarked X-Shore 1996. So it was a long wait until the technology was there. And it was the Teslas 2012 who really got me into like, okay, now the technology is starting to be there. But in 2018, people came up and almost gave me a slap in the face and how stupid I was to make an electric boat, and asked if I wasn't in school, which I wasn't. So they're like, you didn't learn that electricity and water doesn't combine. And I'm like, well, the density of the water is so much higher than air, so it takes so much more energy, so the savings are going to be higher. And they're like, what? Okay, yeah, you figure that out, and I continue to do my.
So they basically did ask for faster horses, right? So that's
exactly.
Yeah.
So
may I tap in just
yes,
in
sure.
what Connor is pointing at, the way I see it? I think that, and excuse me in this room, but there's an ongoing conflict between engineering and I'd say the pace of development, because engineers have a tendency of doing things because you can, not because you should. And therefore being able to commercialize and conceptualize to support the level of pace needed in the landscape of competition today is crucial. Mm. And I'd say that without, you know, that's my, again, I'm a bartender, knowing how to actually conceptualize and getting things together to actually come up with a product which is relevant from a competitive, landscape or situation. So sorry. Agree.
No, so I think it's
completely agree as well.
Quite a lot of different definitions of innovation, but one that I really like is that actually taking knowledge to idea, that's the R&D part of it, but then taking it from an idea to actual business, that's innovation. And I think that's really what you're kind of highlighting there too. It's not just about the technical solution, it's actually making a business out of it.
I would fill in there that has to do a lot with branding. It has to do with building trends. It's a lot of PR work to sell through, because sometimes it can be easy to sell in, but you're actually not successful until you have the money in the bank and the product's sold through. So, going from headphones to electric boats is quite a crazy trip, and I've done a couple of other successful businesses as well on the way. But my competence is building brands and telling the story and getting a demand that it's selling. And I think a lot of technology companies are forgetting that.
Crucial in society too, because opinion making is about making things as aspirational for people in general. And it's without someone who's able to build those brands and actually change the matters. I think that what Connor is bringing to the market is accelerating the willingness of supporting a sustainable lifestyle. And you can, lawmaking regulations from a political perspective is one thing. Bringing innovation to be implemented down the road is another thing. But being in the forefront of establishing and moving or opening new doors is something that is not being regarded as a key tool in improving the speed of change in society. So thank you, Konrad.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I think this kind of needs an applaud, right? So I would like to ask Pia. I mean, you're working with a network of different startup, innovative companies, and basically like opportunities for companies to try their ideas and develop their ideas. What would you say? I mean, what is it that drive these? I mean, we have gotten very personal answers here now, but what would you say is actually driving them, and how are you supporting them in this journey?
I think I want to pick up, first of all, a different angle, because if we look at why are Sweden successful with startups, and I think it's actually an ecosystem of quite a good education. We have a lot of research. We have been successful in having good business models on a global level, being international, but also bringing partnership. And some of you have talked about that partnership in different type of constellations, depending on what you actually want to do. But it's also something about working, it's partnerships, but it's also about working together with industry, but also with public sector sometimes, depending on where you are, and also creating funding systems. And I would say overall, the Swedish society, and I think it was Konrad or perhaps Stefan that said it about that it's very trustworthy society. You trust each other. And within companies, you don't have legislations or some kind of things that saying that you can't share the knowledge you know. What you know or what innovation you're thinking about. Knowledge is actually really moving within the company, and you share it very, very openly with your colleagues. And I think that's also something that creates an innovative environment. I think if we look at what RISE do, connected to your question then, I would say that it really differs if we are talking with startups, because we come in a phase where engineers are actually needed, where you need to sort. but I think there are different phases. Yeah, exactly. And then you have to have the engineering knowledge to see, are there actually solutions that can do this? But you have to have engineers that have the possibility to move outside the box and think, okay, how can I really trust this agile? But normally engineers are not market focused or storytelling focused or visionary. Of course there are engineers that are there as well, but they are really solution oriented. They want to find solutions on these technology issues that are on the table. And I think that's where RISE can really sort of be supportive, both for startups, but also for large companies that want to get in engineers that think out of the box. But I think it's also about getting environments where startups work together in value chain with large industries, together with academia sometimes, together with RTOs or research institutes, depending on what you actually need or on what in which phase of your development of your startup you are. And sometimes these technology infrastructures where you can really test your technical solutions are really important. It could be processes or it could be products. Does it work to have a battery on water? Can we test that? Can we see what kind of challenges there will be? But overall, I think innovation is really not about knowing the solution from the beginning. You could see a need, you can have a vision, and you can try to see what could we do with technology. Because one thing I didn't say when I started this session was that I believe that technology is part of the whole solution for getting a more sustainable world, a better world. I think that's one of the most important things.
Well, thank you. I personally really agree to that last statement. I thought also we would connect back a bit to the discussion that was had in the two first panels. So we had a discussion, some of you were here and some of you hadn't arrived, but we were having a discussion around you could say the theme of the conference, of course, around innovation, being sustainable and being having a competitiveness and an arena for that. And we were also talking about what should be free market and what should be more regulated and supported. So I thought I'd ask you, what do you think? I mean, do you think that, are you supported by a national government or European government, European kind of institutional kind of regulations? Are you supported with that, or is it kind of working in the wrong direction? What do you see, and how much of this would you like? So, Stefan, I see you shaking your head. So why don't you go ahead and start?
I just realized that again, I still feel somewhat, punk in that sense. I was never able to get any grants from anywhere throughout my whole career, and I've been, running and starting my own businesses for 40 years. And and the reason for that is that there's no bond between what we're trying to achieve in terms of business innovation and the sources for grants. Basically, we don't match. And then they give me a pile of paper that I'm about to fill out, and it kills me. It's like, come on, this is what you're asking me to describe. You don't, it's nonsense. So I've been off grants throughout my whole career, and I believe it's going to stay like that.
Unfortunately, I have exactly the same experience. I turned in 2 applications to a company or someone called Vinnova. They called me up. I was totally sure that we were going to win the money because they had a couple of billion Swedish SEK. They called me up and said that, and I put my whole team around it because it was going to be a celebration. Finally, we went through all the papers and the documentation, and it was one collaboration with Google that had very high innovation, and one collaboration with Ferrari with a very high, changing their whole infotainment with Marshall in the Ferraris. And they said that I didn't have the innovation height, and I wasn't administrative enough to fill in the papers. So they said no. And I'm like, well, here you have 2 of the most innovative companies in the world searching for partnership with sound, and you as a regulatory don't understand where we are. And maybe I did wrong, maybe I misspelled because I have dyslexia, but then help me fill in the papers. The innovation of the product was up there.
Thank you. I know, Pia, you wanted to say something.
I would say something regarding long-term being able to foresight. If we look, for example, at how we can use the forest for new things, then you need biorefineries. And of course, you can start in a pilot scale. But if you're going to do these investments large scale, these are huge investments, then you need to know that you have a stable long-term regulation around this. Regarding, for example, energy supply or whatever, because otherwise it will be really problematic, or that you know that you will have the ability to use the forest in the way you want to do it. And another thing is regarding standardization. We can look at the things that are happening here in Sweden now regarding fossil-free steel or green steel. What is that? What is green overall? And there I think you also have to look at it from a consumer perspective. Do I know if I want to buy something green, how do I know that it is green? So sometimes I think that regulations really can be important in order to have a stability to do the needed investments, but also to really be very, very clear to the market and to the customers. And I think there will be a lot of regulations or standardization connected now to green, for example, in many different areas.
Thank you. I will give the word to Giovanni, but I'm just going to say that after this, I will ask the audience if you have any questions. You're just preparing a little bit if there's anybody that has a burning question. Giovanni, you wanted to respond?
There's a lot to say about this topic. A lot of good things and also some ideas for improvement. I would say that in our business, commercializing nanotechnology, there's no way to do it without public support, because no one will give you like 100 million, 200 million for something that will probably to 99.9999% will not work. So they will give like half as a grant, or they will at least support a little bit. So all of the grant structures are more or less made to support deep tech or stuff like that. I completely agree what you said before, that there's way too little effort or weight put on business, on sales, on PR, brand building and all that. In general, I went to Stockholm School of Economics. When I went there was no classes in sales. Sales was like, boo, the worst ever. And I had my own company since I was 15. I've had many different companies. Sales is everything, right? Without sales, we can all go home. So on that topic, I've been involved a lot. We have, like I said, we have gone through the Swedish innovation system, like really A to Z, for good and bad. I've had many seminars talking about public funding, trampoline, or noose, what in English? Like, you know, the one when you hang and die, yeah. It's like, because it's not all good either, because they force you to write the business plan. Okay, what are you going to do? In 4.5 years, how many electricians are you going to use? What do you mean? Yeah, what's going to be their hourly rate? How can I know that? I can't? But you have to make this fake plan for 5 years, and then they will hold you to it. If you change more than 10%, you have to write to the European Union, sorry, can we change the budget? Maybe, and then you have to fill in like 500 new papers and all that. So the key to this is to sort of, the company is this big. The project is a small part of the company, and then you add your own funds to sort of, you know, handle the deviations. The big problem, however, which I talk mostly about since the last couple of years, especially this year, is how do we perceive the rules for the European Union, for this massive grant system and all the support we have. We in Sweden, we love to follow rules. Like we do. We stand in line, we wait for our, you know, it's not my turn, you were before me. And so when I'm in Brussels, I'm invited by the EIB to talk on these big things, and I'm in different juries giving up awards or whatnot. Unclear why, but I'm there. What happens? I see, I'm half Italian, okay, so I see 25 Italians standing there, like talking, preparing. I see the French delegation, 50 people, talking to the commissioners. I see the Greek are there, the Portuguese, the Spanish are there. I love all these countries, nothing against them, but they have understood, they cracked the system. What do you think the Americans are doing? Do you think they're playing fair game against us? No way. They're as good or bad as China. I mean, no one, more or less, except Sweden, maybe Norway, Finland, are following the rules. And we think they are, which means that we will always come last, we will lose all the big tenders, don't get access to all the big funds, we are the losers. You know the saying, when you play poker and you don't know who's the loser at the table, it's you. This is the truth. We're so damn naive, it's unbelievable. And I've had many meetings with the ministers just 3 weeks ago last time. This is a joke, right? We need to think of Sweden as one and European Union as one as well. We can't, you know, talk about these small things and fighting between each other. It's ridiculous. We have to think much bigger, and the government have to support this ecosystem. There's no way otherwise we can make this happen. You know, Northvolt got a big decision and a massive support, well done by the European Union. They were helped by another country's commissioner to get that. The Swedish government backed them as well, but it was all enabled by another person. So we need to, you know, stop being naive and, you know, take our claim the prize.
So I think it's a bit of a mixed picture here. I think some of us think that you know, there is a pretty much a free market, and you know, that's really the way that the journey has been, and maybe will be in the future too, or rather not. I don't think we got the response on that. And then we have the perspective that we actually have to get better at working with these regulations and with the different entities. So I see a little bit of a difference here, but really interesting perspectives. And I think also, Pia, from your perspective, which is, you know, balancing all of this, really balancing working with the research and the up-and-coming companies, and also with the institutions of different types. I'd like to take the opportunity to ask if anybody has a question. Yes, we have a question here. Could we get a mic and a name, perhaps, when the question is asked? That would be lovely. Thank you.
So hi, I'm Elsie Velvinsdotter. I'm kind of here in a private fashion, so I'm not going to mention any company. But I hear you all speaking about the different problems that you've had. But
no problems, only challenges.
Okay, only challenges, but the challenges. But I'm curious, you've all been working on your innovations for a really long time. So what has changed in Sweden during these years that you've been doing things that are actually making us one of the most innovative countries at the moment? Is there an answer to that?
I think personally that it's been an ongoing kind of journey, which not much of a difference. I think that it just generalizing, we have a long industrial history, of course, that we need to respect and that we can actually benefit from. But I think there was a, you know, and I'm getting old, so I'm looking back at a generation starting to travel the world in the 1980s, learning that Sweden had something to share. A social cultural quality, not being worried about authorities and having the guts to go forward and do. And I think that it's a long explanation behind that. But I'd say that the past 40 years has been an amazing landscape to create and develop companies in Sweden. I don't know what the situation was before that, but we went out in the world, we met with, you know, same age people from everywhere, and we realized that we actually have something to contribute with, even though you know, we're a country from far away and up north. So the confidence among this generation starting to, you know, develop their skills back then is really paying off.
I think one big thing is also inspiration. If you know, Stefan can do it, I can do it, and if Giovanni doing it, I can do it. So it's also this culture within, and then you're getting people who's moving around these companies and giving that competence. But you know, I stopped working locally in the 90s and started to look globally, because if one thing works here, it can work globally if you're building a brand and you structure it the right way.
Thank you. Do we have any other question from the audience? Yes, we have a question at the very back, please.
Thank you. Is this on? Yeah, okay, great. I have a question for you, Giovanni. I'm Martin Lidén from PRV, Swedish Intellectual Property Office. I'm very glad you mentioned the IP. And I've been following your company for a few years. I've seen you around, so it seems you know your way around the intangibles. But I'm wondering, I mean, since the general awareness is kind of low among these companies, how do you feel that we as an agency can reach out and make them more aware and successful in that regard?
I agree that the awareness is way too low. I agree that we need to try and educate startups that need IP. I was fortunate enough to realize that when I started the company. So the third person I called was at the time global head of IP for ABB, and she agreed to be on my board. And she said, "What do you want to do?" I said, "I'm going to build the next Apple." And then she was laughing, and I didn't laugh. She was like, "Okay, you're crazy. I have to do this with you." And so we set up an IP strategy from day one. I mean, IP for me is patents, trade secrets, and cyber, right? So I try and talk about this at all time, because when I sit, we're also born global, right? Our customers are companies such as Samsung and other pretty big companies. So when I sit with these C-level executives, including CEOs, they ask me, "So do you have patents?" "Yes." "Okay, approved?" "Yeah, we have 210 approved patents at the moment, something. But we only patent some things, the rest are trade secrets. We keep it secret. All the machines, processes, all that stuff, like I told you about in the beginning, not patented. And we have enormous cyber, as good security as you can. There's always a risk of infiltration for people and all that, but I think that we need to talk about this with words that young startup people or like relevant people understand. We have to give good examples, and we have to have maybe people like me, if I can find the time, I will prioritize it because it's so important. It's about building the intellectual capital in Sweden and in Europe next step. Sorry?
We'll take you up on that and invite you to a seminar soon.
I will come.
Excellent. I think we have a partnership here. Fantastic. So I thought that I will now ask each of you a last question. So I think the question to this panel was, is there really an X factor for Swedish innovation? I'd like you to respond to that question. You could say yes or no, and then just limit you to one that you'd like to highlight, that is actually the thing that I think makes the innovation in Sweden special. So I'll ask Giovanni to go first this time.
I definitely think it is. There's an X factor. And I think it's a combination of our culture, industrial heritage, a lot of role models previously, and now a lot of, like you mentioned, a lot of new ones. There's many people that people know about, people use their products every day. I love your motorbike, Steph, I love your boat, I love Spotify. We use the things, because disruption happens when great technology is adopted by the masses. That's true disruption. And it happens because we have such great products that people love to buy. That's my short answer.
Oh, thank you very much. Pia, what would you say?
I would say answer the same, definitely. It's an X factor. And I think it's about the ecosystem, as I talked about before, well-educated people. But it's also a culture of having self-confidence, but also it's good if you criticize. If you ask, why do we do like this? You can be creative, you can be innovative, and it's okay. You don't have to fit into a format and give the answers that you think that they want at school or wherever. So I think it's a little about really having the possibility to use all your knowledge and to question things that has been done in the same way for a very long time.
Excellent. Thank you, Pia. Konrad, what would you say?
Well, I agree with this too, and there's definitely X factor. I've proven it with the companies. So it's the whole ecosystem, I would say, from talents to investors and money to the culture of industry and the credibility of Sweden.
Thank you. Stefan?
I disagree. No.
Very good. We want to do some debate here.
No, but I mean, it's fascinating. When you do business in America, for instance, at times you need to remind the Americans that Sweden is the size of New York City. I mean, come on. And starting to realize what the energy being, activated in this little part of the world it is amazing. And I would say that again, we're speaking about culture, heritage, and whatever it might be. But I'm a strong product, believer. The proof is in the pudding. And we've learned since we were kids, don't cheat, don't take any shortcuts. Make this happen for real. And if you're caught cheating, you're out. So it's a way of collaborating towards a unanimous target within a team and making sure that you do reach that goal. And we do this better than no one else. And it's a matter of Luther on one side. General, I think that there's a political, heritage during the 1900s, and now with a very forward-leaning, again, generation who wants to be global and support and activate and accelerate the difference towards a more sustainable future.
Well, I think with those words, we are closing this panel. Thank you so much to all the speakers. Please give them a big applause. Thank you. Thank you. So thank you so much. And on your way down, you will get a little bit of a symbolic gift for joining us here today. Thank you so much. Are you ready for my Swedish joke? So this is my favorite Swedish joke, and that is, how do you get 100 Swedes to get out of a swimming pool? Anybody? You say, can you please get out of the pool? And that, to some extent, is a joke about Swedes being a bit square and boring. But I think we had a really good example here of people not being square and not being conformists, but rather thinking out of the box and being very forward-leaning. So we've come to the end of the day, and I would like just to say again that we have talked today about specifically innovation, sustainability, and competitiveness. I personally do think that great innovation will save the world, but I will now hand over for closing remarks to the Director General of Orgalim, Mr. Malte Lohan, please.
Thank you, Jenny. Good evening, dear friends. That was quite a ride. I have the pleasure to wind up the rest of the afternoon before we go into the evening program. And I think you all heard at the beginning, those of you that were here, we've organized this event 3 times. In fact, arguably 3.5 times, depending on how you count. And it wasn't called Innovation, Sustainability, Competitiveness the first time we organized it. It was called Innovation with a Purpose. 2019, Innovation with a Purpose. That feels really old now, that title. And I think the way the theme of the event has evolved in the last 3 years speaks to the experience also of 2 years of COVID and the transformation that our industries and the world have gone through. And I think we've heard this in every single part of the panel this evening. Those 3 terms really are a package. They're all different sides of the same coin, and it was that perception and that conviction which was behind the way we wanted to position our event today. I think it really came to life, especially in the last panel, how powerful that is. Much has been said about the challenges that we're facing as a result of 2 years of COVID, and of course now war on the European continent, disrupted supply chains, inflation going through the roof, the skills shortages, the competitive landscape, global rules-based order breaking down, the avalanche or the tsunami of new legislation coming to Brussels, new compliance burdens, our customer industries getting disrupted because of regulation, you name it. I think we've heard quite a lot about that. Bottom line, we are facing a fundamentally different reality now. All of Europe does, and we do too. And we know it won't be easy. So we grew by 12% last year. We're expecting to grow by 3.8% in 2022. That's quite a step down, and with severe downside risks. So things could end up even worse than that. And some sectors, and of course some parts of Europe, are particularly exposed to this new reality and the challenges of that new reality. But fundamentally, I think the message that I'm taking back from the afternoon today is a different one, is actually one of optimism. And starting with the speed in which our companies have adopted to this new reality. We heard that from Radha, we heard that from Tom, we heard that also from Christoph earlier, in terms of how businesses, large and small, have adjusted to a new environment. The transformation we have gone through has just been impressive. And while this 3.8% growth projection for 2022 is far below where it could be compared to 2021, it's actually mainly because of external factors. The underlying strength of the industry is the same. And we are still growing far ahead of the wider economy. The wider economy is projected to grow by the ECB by 2.8%. So we will continue to be the workhorse for the European economy. And not surprising that this is the case. When you look at what we discussed this afternoon in terms of the power of digitalization, of electrification, of green tech. Of course, generating growth in the products themselves, but more importantly, generating growth in the other parts of the economy where these technologies are used. And with the scale that we represent in Orgalim, it's about a third of total European industry. It's 11 million direct employees, tens of millions of people indirectly depending on our industries for their livelihoods. It's no surprise that we have such an important role to play in the wider European economy. And I think the presence of Executive Vice President Vestager, the presence of Minister Thorwaldsson also shows that they recognize this. They wouldn't be here otherwise, given their schedule, especially traveling all the way from Brussels when they are in crisis mode every day in the Commission, as the Commission Vice President told us. So let's be proud of that, and let's be self-confident about this role, I think is my first takeaway from today. Second takeaway is let's also embrace the responsibility that comes with that. So, yes, we have to help the EU and the member states design future-proof rules. And we can be self-confident articulating the industrial policy, the kind of macroeconomic environment that we want. And we know that currently this is not where the EU is headed. We need to speak up more, and we've been discussing that both on stage and off stage quite a bit. And we will be more self-confident and more proud about what we think is the recipe for Europe's 3 factors of success in the future. But we also have to accept that some of these laws that we are facing are part of the new reality. They are going to come. We may complain about them, but we need to engage constructively with them. And we need to help the decision makers understand how they can adapt the rules, make them more adapted and more relevant for our industries without fighting them on the ambition. And again, I believe that the Executive Vice President and the Minister are very much here in that spirit, but I know this is not the case everywhere. And so we are certainly having a very different type of conversation with other parts of the Commission, for example. And I think most important to winning that conversation is that we are also coming with a proactive political agenda. And this was said on different panels as well. We are not opposed to regulation. In fact, we are ourselves actively asking for regulation in a number of areas. We're asking for regulation on cybersecurity. We're asking for regulation on data. We're asking for regulation on chips, on energy efficiency, on mobility, you name it. Because we realize that we need to create a level playing field, kind of consistent or standardized conditions in the market across Europe in order to incentivize innovation, sustainability, competitiveness. And so that's our commitment as Orgalim. And there's a common thread to all of this in our work, which is we want to put manufacturing back at the heart of the EU. And not the manufacturing of the past, but the manufacturing of the future. Right? So everything that we saw here today. And we call that advanced manufacturing. And I thought that Giovanni's story was so compelling in that sense. What was it he said 2 years ago? He couldn't have made these groundbreaking new solar cells. The technology to produce them at scale simply didn't exist, and it does now. And I think that's exactly what we mean by advanced manufacturing and why this is so important to retaining our competitive edge. So we are proud to be leading this effort on the future of manufacturing in Europe. I think this is really our core DNA as Orgalim. And putting this also in the context of the EU's industrial strategy, where we are spearheading that work on accelerating deployment of advanced manufacturing across different industrial sectors. And we'll be publishing tomorrow what we call a declaration of our executive forum for advanced manufacturing, where we work together with some of the leading companies in this space to set out what is our vision for this future of production of manufacturing in Europe. And central to our success in doing that is that we are not just here in the room considering ourselves as one industry, but also when we engage with the decision makers in Brussels, as well as at the national level, that we appear as one industry. And I want to leave this with you as my kind of closing challenge and provocation to everyone here. The only way that we will succeed in being heard in Brussels when we articulate what we stand for is because we are seen as an industry, not a collection of dozens of products or subsectors, but as an industry. And we've made a lot of progress, and I really wanted to acknowledge this progress also together with Technikföretagen and with our other national associations and our European members in strengthening our collective voice in Brussels. But the truth is, for all sorts of good historical reasons, we are still pretty fragmented when we talk to the decision makers at EU level. And compared to other big industrial sectors, not those here in the room, but other verticals, other categories, we can see the problem. We are falling behind, and that's the conversation that we had with the Executive Vice President a couple of hours ago. The EU is moving in a direction that is not what we are asking for. And part of it is because we have not managed to be strong enough and to be visible enough as an industry so that our voice is on an equal level as that of some of the other big important sectors. So towards the outside world, towards the policymakers, I fear that sometimes we appear smaller than the sum of our parts. So I think that is my kind of defining mission for all of us in the next 6, 12, 18 months, if we want to be successful in adapting the political agenda to an environment which is the one that we are asking for here, recognizing that our industry has lots of different facets, lots of different success factors, and we are not all the same, and we are also organized in a way that reflects this sort of diversity in our industries, and that's great. But we need to find ways of mobilizing more as one and having one voice towards the decision makers. No better way of doing that than being here. So let's take advantage of all of these opportunities to talk and to bring ourselves together here in Stockholm. My final words of thanks. I want to start with Klas and all the Teknikföretagen team for putting this together. Thanks to the team of Epicenter. You've been terrific in making it possible. Thanks in their absence to Executive Vice President Vestager and her team, and Mr. Thorwaldsen and his team. And last but not least, let me ask Jenny back on stage for one moment. So a very, very warm round of applause for Jenny for having led us through this so competently.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And somewhere in the back, there we go, Inge, come up.
Dear.
Our little appreciation for you as well. So thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much.
Jenny.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, this is lovely. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
And with that, we will close our conference now. I wish you all a very good rest of the afternoon. I will see many of you later. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.